Chapter 379. Han Jiangshue's voice was cold as she looked at the man and woman on the balcony, expressionlessly. Xiaopi. Hey. Jiang Xiao turned around and saw Han Jiangshue. He grinned and tilted his head slightly, gestured to Song Chuanxi, who was beside him, and said, "This is senior sister Song Chuanxi, the head of the Melee Warfare Division." Jiang Xiao then introduced Han Jiangshue to Song Chuanxi. "My sister, Han Jiangshue." Song Chuanxi nodded with a smile and said, "Of course I know that's your sister. I watched every single one of your competitions." Han Jiangshue did not react much and simply nodded at Song Chuanxi. However, the sunlight shone on the two of them, painting their figures with a touch of gold. The scene was rather beautiful. It was indeed beautiful. However, the sunlight was rather glaring. Due to the fact that it was glaring, Han Jiangshue said, "Let's go, Xiaopi. Let's go to your dormitory." "Oh." Jiang Xiao walked back to the living room from the balcony and turned around to wave at Song Chuanxi. "I'm going to check in first. See you later." Song Chuanxi looked at the brother and sister, one cold and one warm, and nodded in his heart. Although they had heard about her official position, the siblings did not try to get close to her. Regardless of whether it was because the two of them were young and inexperienced, or because of their personalities and principles, or because of their outstanding strength and confidence. In short, their nonchalant reactions made Song Chuanxi feel very comfortable. In fact, not only did Song Chuanxi not feel that Han Jiangshue had the intention to befriend them, she even felt a trace of indifference. Watching the siblings disappear at the door, Song Chuanxi smiled and said, "Han Jiangshue, you live up to your name." Han Jiangshue lived up to her name, and so did Song Chuanxi. The siblings walked forward silently, and Jiang Xiao did not know what happened. Besides, Han Jiangshue had a cold personality and was a rather quiet person. Hence, Jiang Xiao did not feel the slightest bit strange. On the way to apartment number 17, a certain someone's Weibo page was bustling with activity. Bustling with activity just posted from Glory Note 8 got to know a cute guy. At Jiang Xiao, mischievous or not. Picture. The picture below was a selfie of Song Chuanxi hugging Jiang Xiao on the balcony. Most importantly, Song Chuanxi's smile was very beautiful, which made the photo of the two of them look even better. With the addition of the sunlight slightly blurring the picture, there was no need to show off such a beautiful picture. However, the comments below were filled with wails. "Bastard. Jiang Xiaopi. This was only the first day of reporting. The first day. Bastard. Hee hee. Who's trying to ride on my God Pie's popularity again? Let me see. Song Chuanxi? Song. Sorry to disturb you. This is a historic meeting." This was a pair of man and woman who stood at the top of Huaxia's high school circle. The champion and the runner-up had met, and the battle assistant had gotten to know each other for the first time. Now, please enjoy the scene of the car overturning. Where's the big sister? Wow, little Missy's smile is so gentle. There's so many outstanding people out there. I followed other people's comments here by mistake, and when I saw the Weibo verification, I was a sissy. Runner-up in 2013. Bustling with activity, help me send a message to the toxic healer. Tell him to update more on Weibo and stop flirting with girls. Song Chuanxi had almost twice as many fans as Jiang Xiao. Although she was the runner-up, she was able to make it to the finals and stand on the highest stage. Hence, she was also a popular figure. Even now, as a student of the Capital Star Warriors Academy, her popularity did not decrease much. After all, she was a beautiful girl who was born with an advantage and would attract a lot of attention from passersby. Hence, as soon as the Weibo post was posted, Jiang Zhao's Weibo also began to receive a large number of comments. Jiang Zhao's last Weibo post was the song, so the number of comments increased rapidly. "You're flirting with girls again, scumbag. Hee hee, Jiang Xiao, mischievous or not. My door has been open for almost a week. Where are you? Didn't you say that you would come to my door? Are you lost?" However, most of the comments were directed at Song Chuanxi. Someone started the trend, but the comments below Jiang Zhao's Weibo post slowly began to converge and even formed a line. "The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Of course, most of the comments were sarcastic. Most of the outsiders were just there to watch the fun, but the insiders knew what was going on. Behind this beautiful picture, there was a slightly cruel reality. The photo that Song Chunchi posted was indeed a declaration of sovereignty. Of course, the target of the declaration was not Jiang Xiao, but Han Jiangxue. In fact, the photo was just a small start. The real act of declaring sovereignty was Song Chunchi changing his dormitory and forcefully moving into apartment building number 11 to become Han Jiangxue's roommate. It was inevitable that he would be a little overbearing and unfair to Song Chunchi. After all, Han Jiangxue's character was not easy to get along with. If she didn't like Song Chunchi, she wouldn't accept his invitation. Given Song Chunchi's character, he wouldn't really do anything to Han Jiangxue. Song Chunchi would work hard and fight for it. Han Jiangxue had the intention to befriend him, but if the two of them were not like-minded, they would part ways on good terms. That was Song Chunchi's character, and he would handle the situation that way. However, others might not. Hence, it might be more appropriate to change the act of declaring sovereignty to a war signal against a certain party. People always said that university was half a society and was no longer as simple as high school. The siblings, who were unaware of the situation, had no idea that they had already stepped into the vortex from the moment they were admitted to the Capital Star Warriors University. Since they were in the pugilistic world, they were destined to be unlucky. Want to be alone in the Capital Star Warriors University? Detached from the world? It wouldn't be easy. The siblings walked along the tree-lined path along the wall of the school and headed north. Looking at the road sign, they realized that the stadium was just one street away. Then, they found apartment building number 17. The apartment building was surrounded by green trees and had a great environment. It was also divided into 2 floors, but the difference was that the dormitories here were not luxurious, and there were many of them. Each dormitory was for 4 people, with a bed, a table, and a bathroom. They did not have a separate bedroom, like Han Jiangxue's. It was closer to a normal university dormitory because there was a guard there. Jiang Xiao finally saw the legendary dormitory manager. That was the feeling that Jiang Xiao wanted. The two of them quickly walked up to the 2nd floor, and the guard merely glanced at Han Jiangxue without stopping them. After all, it was the first day of registration. However, she was a little curious. Where's their luggage? Is she here to look at the dormitory? Jiang Xiao enjoyed 5-star treatment, and his luggage was in Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher. The pitiful Xia Yin had no choice but to drag her suitcase along because she was separated from the siblings. Jiang Xiao strode into dormitory 1707. Whoa, this place was not small. It was at least 60 to 70 square meters. It was a very proper dormitory. There were already 2 boys packing up in the dormitory without their parents accompanying them. Hello, guys. Jiang Xiao looked at the 2 boys. One of them was sitting on a chair and cleaning up the desk, while the other was kneeling on the bed. Both of them chose to sit by the window, one on the left and the other on the right. They arrived first, and the school only gave them their dormitory numbers instead of their bed numbers. Hence, Jiang Xiao didn't say anything. There seemed to be no conversation between the 2 of them, and the atmosphere was rather silent. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's voice, the 2 of them turned around one after another. When they saw that it was Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue, they were both agitated and clearly recognized the siblings. Hello, Jiang Xiao. The boy on the bed rolled over and landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud, giving Jiang Xiao a great shock. What kind of body is this? Why is it so heavy? This accent, where does this accent come from? It's so strange. Jiang Xiao sized up the burly man in front of him curiously. He was more than 9 meters tall and had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a dignified appearance. In particular, his eyebrows were slightly raised, which made him look like a typical reclining silkworm. He looked especially heroic. His muscles were bulging, and he was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt that seemed like it would burst at any time. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Nice to meet you too. Where's your accent from?" "Ah, The tall and burly boy laughed heartily. He lowered his head to look at Jiang Shao and spoke in Mandarin again. Haha, I was a little agitated and accidentally exposed my accent. Haha, let's get to know each other. The boy stretched out his hand and said, Rin Shu, I'm from the Sea Troopers of Ludong Province. Oh, burly man from Ludong? But what does your name mean? Admit defeat? Looking at Jiang Zhao's strange expression, Rin Shu seemed to have realized the problem. In fact, such questions had been bothering him for a long time, and he was already used to it. Laughing out loud, he said, Ren, the bird that flies freely in the sky. Shu is an uncommon word, and it means timely rain. Huh. He's indeed from the hometown of Confucius and Mencius. His name is really interesting. However, Jiang Shao put on a sad expression and asked meekly, Did you only enter the Capital Star Warriors University after scoring 1,000 points in the college entrance examination? Rin Shu was speechless. P. Chapter 380. Rin Shu was stunned for a while before smiling and saying, It's all right, it's all right. The competition between the candidates in Zhongyuan and Haisu provinces is also very intense. Since they were roommates, Jiang Shao was naturally willing to get along well with them. He asked, Is Highway City fun? When can we go swimming? I've learned how to swim recently. Are there a lot of beautiful girls by the sea? Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. The two boys were so engrossed in their discussion that they didn't notice Han Jiangxue at all. It's ideal to go swimming in July or August, Rin Shu said with some embarrassment. To be honest, I've only been to Highway City a few times. Although it's very close to my hometown, it's boring, you know? I haven't been there much. Huh? Are you trying to talk to me? Jiang Shao asked. Didn't you say that you're from Highway City? Rin Shu smiled embarrassedly and said, My home is a county town in Highway City. I'm afraid you might not have heard of it. It's Shigang. Jiang Shao scratched his head in confusion. Rin Shu added, I'm very familiar with the beach near my home. There are a lot of young ladies who go to the sea in summer. Jiang Shao blinked. I don't care about young ladies. I just want to see the sea in summer. Rin Shu laughed heartily and said enthusiastically, Sure, come to my house during the summer holidays next year. I'll take you to the sea then. Jiang Shao sized up the mighty and majestic Rin Shu with a strange expression. After a while, he said, I'll pass, but if you go to the sea, I'll download it. Rin Shu was dumbfounded. Hello. On the other side, the boy who was cleaning the table also stood up and greeted the siblings with a good attitude. He had fair skin and was wearing rimless glasses. He introduced himself and said, I'm Han XN, a local. Jiang Shao took a step back and sized up the two of them. After all, the burly man in front of him was blocking his view. After taking a look, Jiang Shao felt like he had entered a sports college. Han XIN was at least 185 meters tall, and his body was quite sturdy. What's going on? They're all awakened who have been training all year round. Of course, they have good figures, but why are they all so tall? When Jiang Shao was walking around the campus just now, the students that he saw weren't like that. They were all around 1'6" or 1'7" meters tall. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What are your professions? Rin Shu turned his head and met Han Xion's eyes. Neither of them spoke immediately. Han Jiangxue seemed to have realized something, shield warrior. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the door. The voice was clear and bright, with a hint of disdain. Han Jiangxue turned around, only to see a tall and burly boy who was more than 9 meters tall. He had a pair of piercing eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and thin lips. Most importantly, there was a lit cigarette in his mouth. He was a little ruffian and also a little handsome. The unfamiliar boy had a Mohican hairstyle. The sides of his hair were very short, and the top part of his hair was thick and slightly curly. There was a diamond earring on his right ear. He was wearing a checkered shirt, cropped pants, and AJ's shoes were still untied. His unruly face, coupled with his gaze that was looking down on others, gave him an air of superiority. Han Jiangxue frowned and raised her head to look at the cigarette in the boy's mouth. The boy tilted his head slightly and put out the remaining half of the cigarette. He then took half a step back and exited the dormitory. He turned his head to the side and blew a puff of smoke before turning around and walking back in. His actions made Jiang Xiao a little curious. Based on the first impression that the boy gave off, he should be an unruly and fearless person. However, the boy's behavior did not match the impression that he gave off. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled like a ruffian. He glanced at Lu Dong, Rin Shu, and Han Xian before finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Xiao. I'm a shield warrior too. Jiang Xiao came to a sudden realization and thought, no wonder they're all tall and burly. No wonder they're all so majestic. Damn it, they're all shield warriors? Did I get assigned to the wrong room? Did a support enter the dormitory of 3 shield warriors by mistake? What kind of dormitory are you guys assigned based on? Is it a faculty or a class? Well, Jiang Xiao suddenly had an idea. Xia Yin, Han Jiangxue, Jiang Xiao, 1 melee fighter, 1 rules awakened, and 1 support. What do we lack? We lack a shield warrior. Ordinary students would know that the 3 of them were teammates in the National High School League, and it would not be difficult to find out the relationship between the 3 of them. They were also admitted to the Capital Star Warriors University together, so it would be difficult for them to be separated. Hence, the 3 of them would probably continue to form such a team. Hence, the only empty spot for the champion team was the position of a shield warrior. Hee. It's not easy to enter the door of dormitory 1707. The boy in the mohawk threw the extinguished cigarette into the wastepaper basket and continued. The dormitory opposite, this floor, and this apartment building are not easy to enter. Jiang Xiao was amused too. Don't tell me that all the people living in this dormitory are shield warriors. The boy in the mohawk smirked. He liked talking to smart people. The boy shrugged and said, there are also some very strong melee fighters. Maybe they're very confident. Maybe they want to try their luck. Or maybe they just like to sleep in a 4-person dormitory. At this point, everyone had already spoken. Han Xian, who was far away, sat down again and tidied up the wiring board on the table. He said, who would want to squeeze into a 4-person dormitory that can accommodate 2 people? Silly? Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Friend, you've already failed before the interview has even begun. What's wrong with liking to sleep in a 4-person dormitory? What's wrong with me wanting to find a buddy to share a cigarette with? Who would have thought that all the people in the dormitory would be shield warriors? It wasn't just this dormitory. In fact, apart from a few melee fighters, most of the people in the dormitory were shield warriors. Full of burly men. However, Jiang Xiao was also a utilitarian. Hence, he was considered to be on par with them. He initially thought that the students of the auxiliary courtyard would stay together, or rather, the students of the same class would stay together. Think about it. The profession of support was rare in the first place. Besides, if they managed to get into this university, their future development would be limitless. Wouldn't it be great if he could make friends with 2 buddies? In the end, Han Jiangshue's cold voice suddenly sounded. Don't smoke in the dormitory next time. Go out and find a place yourself. The boy in the mohawk nodded and said, you're the captain, so you call the shots. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said, you're not my team member yet. The boy smiled and his bright eyes were full of confidence. It's only right that the capable ones take over. Han Jiangxue looked up at his slightly insolent face and said softly, I didn't see you in the National League. The boy shrugged and said calmly, but I'm standing in the same campus as you now. Wow, kid, you're tough. Han Jiangxue squinted her eyes slightly, and the atmosphere in the dormitory seemed to be a little tense. After a while, she asked coldly, name. The boy in the mohawk did not avoid Han Jiangxue's cold gaze and said, Gu Shuren. At the side, the burly Ludong man, Rin Shu, chewed on the name carefully and sighed softly. Happiness is everywhere. What good name? Jiang Xiao looked at Rin Shu speechlessly. Look at his name, and then look at yours. The competition hasn't even started yet, and you've already admitted defeat. You're still in the mood to praise others? Maybe. Gu Sure, and said casually, and looked around to see that there were only 2 beds near the door. He then threw his bag on the desk on the right. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, I want this bed. Gu Shuren's smiling face suddenly stiffened. 2 seconds later, he silently picked up his bag and placed it on the desk on the left of the door. Kid, I can't teach you a lesson. Jiang Shao sat down on the desk that Gu Shi and had previously chosen. Wow, happiness is everywhere. Han Jiangxue looked at the deflated Gu Shi and then at the smirking Jiang Shao. She smiled and said, Get up and get your things. Sure. Jiang Shao stood up and watched as Han Jiangxue tore the space apart. The layers of overlapping space attracted the attention of the three people in the dormitory. All space-type star techniques were extremely rare and hard to come by. Although they were all elites, they did not have such star techniques. In fact, they might not have encountered any star warriors who used space-type star techniques during their growth. Jiang Shao took out the bedsheets and bedding from Han Jiangshue's Sky Smasher. He did not lay them out and instead folded them into the wardrobe. He then hung up a few pairs of short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Han Jiangshue's Sky Smasher was just like a treasure chest. She had everything she wanted, including toothpicks, towels, clothes hangers, and all kinds of daily necessities. In the end, Jiang Shao actually took out a few plastic bags of Jiangbin sausages from the Sky Smasher and threw them to the burly men. My specialty. You guys eat first. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. While packing up, Jiang Shao said, Don't just thank me. Eat it. I won't harm you. It's famous in the country. I queued up for a long time before I could buy it. It was difficult for them to turn down Jiang Zhao's hospitality. His roommates tasted it more or less, but Renshu was the happiest. He reckoned that he was hungry. It's done. Seeing that Gu Shi and had finally taken a bite of the sausage, Jiang Shao immediately said, You've taken advantage of me. It's my turn to speak. Gu Shi's face stiffened again, feeling that he was going to be tricked again. Han Xin looked over curiously while Renshu stopped wolfing down his food. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said passionately, From now on, I'm the eldest brother of this dormitory. The three of you will be ranked according to your birthdays. You don't have to ask me how old I am. Just remember that the sausages are delicious. Everyone in the dormitory was speechless. Han Jiangxue patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, Hurry up, Xia Yin asked us to go out for dinner. Oh. Seeing that they were almost done packing, Jiang Shao finally stuffed a large suitcase under the desk and walked out with Han Jiangxue. When he closed the door, he yelled, Boss Jiang, I'm leaving first. You guys arrange yourselves. Just let me know the results during the gathering tonight. Jiang Shao closed the door and sighed helplessly. Han Jiangxue asked softly, What's the matter? Jiang Shao shook his head helplessly and said with a bitter smile, I initially wanted to have a close and harmonious dormitory, but now, how could such a dormitory be harmonious? The three of them are clearly aiming for the position of shield warrior. It's good enough that they don't get into a fight. Not to mention the three of them, the situation in the entire apartment building might be the same. Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, If the dormitory will affect your condition, we can rent a place to stay. Jiang Shao said, The school has made it clear that Year 1 and Year 2 students are not allowed to live outside. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue had Principal Yang's phone number, but Jiang Shao didn't want to trouble the big shots because of such a matter. Sigh. From now on, I'll sleep in such a place every night. The entire apartment building will be filled with shield warriors. That's too damn safe, isn't it? At the top. Chapter 381. The Capital Star Warriors University was a school that was purely for Star Warriors. Less than 1,000 students would be enrolled every year, and there would be no more than 4,000 students in the entire school. That was because the school did not recruit ordinary candidates. Due to the low number of students and the fact that the school was rich, the facilities there were rather good. For example, Han Jiangshue's luxurious apartment and Canteen number 2 in front of him. There were less than 4,000 students, but there were actually 2 canteens. Jiang Shao was not too sure about Canteen number 1, but Canteen number 2 in front of him had a total of 3 floors, each of which was extremely large. Jiang Shao thought that even if 4,000 students were dying on the first floor at the same time, it would still be more than enough. Jiang Shao, Xia Yin, and Han Jiangxue had only just entered the first floor, but they were already dazzled by the variety of food available. The canteen was huge in the first place, and there were many shops. Coupled with the fact that there were very few people eating there, the gazes of the canteen aunties standing behind the glass counter made the three of them feel creepy. The three of them were defeated in the end. They had only walked half a circle, and before they were done, they finally couldn't stand the gazes anymore. Hence, they stopped in front of a soup stall. Behind the glass was a middle-aged man. He chuckled and pointed at the menu on the glass. "Don't come here often." Jiang Shao looked at the middle-aged man in a chef's uniform in bewilderment and thought, "Is this how you do business? Persuade customers not to come here often?" The middle-aged man glanced at them and knew that they were newbies. Their curious expressions betrayed their identities. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "The snacks in the crock pot are really delicious. I'm afraid that you'll be able to eat them for the entire semester. You have to take care of other people's businesses." "Is he really that confident?" Jiang Shao muttered, "F***ck." The middle-aged man in a chef's uniform said matter-of-factly, "Of course, Jiangxi cuisine is the best." Jiang Shao was speechless. The three of them sat on the dining table in front of the store with a pot and a serving of vegetables. Jiang Shao and Xia Yin ordered soup with rice, while Han Jiangxue ordered porridge. "Wow, winter melon and pork rib soup. Delicious." Jiang Shao scooped a mouthful of soup and ate a piece of winter melon before starting to eat rice. "Is it good?" Xia Yin leaned her head over and reached her spoon into the small pot, scooping a piece of pork rib away. "Bastard." Jiang Shao watched helplessly as she snatched away his meat and praised it while eating it. Wow, it was extremely uncomfortable. Hence, Jiang Shao was prepared to give her a taste of her own medicine. He leaned his head over and stuck his spoon in her pot. Then, he scooped out a spoonful of soup with 2 soybeans floating on it. Well, Jiang Shao didn't quite understand why she ordered the pig trotter soup with soybeans. Her body was already so healthy. If she took any more supplements, she would have a nosebleed. She should just drink plain water and eat half a steam bun. While drinking the porridge, Han Jiangxue watched Jiang, 3-year-old, and Xia, 3-year-old, frantically gulping down the soup from each other's pots. She suddenly felt that such days were wonderful. Even though he was in a foreign land, everything was still the same familiar formula and the same familiar smell. After drinking half a can of soybean and pig trotter soup, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that both of them had ordered the soup for each other. Han Jiangxue asked, "Have you arranged your dormitory?" "Huh?" Xia Yin finally raised her head and looked at Han Jiangxue. I've arranged it. My roommate is a girl from Shanghai. She doesn't talk much and is a little shy. She'll be fine after we get to know each other better." "Shanghai?" Han Jiangxue asked with raised eyebrows. It was obvious what she meant. Why didn't she go to school in Shanghai Star Warriors? Why did she come here? Xia Yan's spoon finally left her pot, and Jiang Shao finally tasted the pork ribs. He couldn't help but tear up and mumble, "Maybe she likes the heater too?" Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "She's so outstanding that she can go anywhere she wants. She's also a melee fighter. We're in the same class, and she's also a fighter." Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stopped eating and looked at each other. "She's not a shield warrior? Xia Yan is so lucky. She's assigned to the same class as her. I hope they can get along well. Of course, if that girl from Shanghai is here to replace Xia Yan, it would be really interesting. What kind of confidence is that? What kind of boldness is that? She's so damn tough. That's a real head-on confrontation. It's face-to-face competition." Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, "Had I known, I would have chosen to sleep in pairs too. It's not good to sleep in a 4-person dormitory." Xia Yan had 3 extra points for the college entrance examination and 3 extra points for her Good Samaritan class. Hence, her scores were so high that it was outrageous. Of course, she had the right to choose the dormitory. Of course, even if she didn't score so high, her family was rich, and she could choose how many people she wanted to sleep in. She definitely wouldn't feel aggrieved. Xia Yan smiled and said, "Why are you so emotional when you've just met your classmates? Did you get into a conflict with your classmates?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "How is that possible? Not only did I not get into a conflict, but I'm also the leader of the dormitory now. Huh? Xiaoyan blinked her eyes in bewilderment. You're probably the youngest in school, right? Jiang Xiao was devastated and said word by word, "Please add the word age." Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. A few seconds later, Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao and extended her long legs to kick him under the table. Xiaoyan was amused and repeated, "You might really be the youngest." Jiang Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's okay, we have red sausages." Bang! Han Jiangxue slammed her palm on the table and barked coldly, "Speak properly and eat properly. What's the matter?" The middle-aged man behind the glass counter asked in bewilderment. I'm sorry. It's so delicious. It's so delicious that I can't help but exclaim in admiration." Jiang Xiao frantically explained to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Don't come here often." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Xiaoyan snapped back to her senses and recalled the days when she went shopping with Jiang Xiao and Jiang Xiao to buy red sausages. She said, "I would have forgotten about it if you hadn't reminded me. I'll let Zhao Qi try the red sausages when we go back tonight." Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes turned gloomy. If only we could change dormitories. We can stay together with Xue. Zhang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "It's very difficult to change dormitories, right? I don't think it's allowed. I can't let this bastard stay together with little Jiang Xue." Xiaoyan shook her head and said, "It's almost impossible. It's fine if it's my dormitory, but Xue's dormitory. Her roommate specially chose your dormitory." "Huh?" Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment. Jiang Xiao also realized something and said, "I just felt that something was amiss. Our roommates are all year freshmen. Why is little Jiangxue's roommate a year 4 student who's about to graduate and is also a department head? That's Song Chuanxi deliberately moved into apartment, building number 11? Xiaoyan suddenly lowered her voice and leaned forward slightly before whispering, "That Olding. Dongfang Olding told me that the team representing the school to participate in the International College League in the second half of the semester will be very competitive." "Huh? Are you talking about this year's World Cup?" Han Jiangxue asked softly. Xiaoyan nodded and said, "Yes, the World Cup. Last year, when Minister Song Chunxi was still in year 3, she suffered repeated setbacks when forming a team. Her nemesis was the vice president of the Star Warriors Student Union. However, the vice president of the student union was not in charge of the Star Warriors Student Union. Instead, he was in charge of discipline inspection and hygiene. He wasn't considered Song Chuanxi's direct leader. That person was also a fighter who wanted to represent the school and fight for the country. The team that Song Chuanxi formed was dissuaded, poached, and broken up by the vice president. Most of the students chose to protect themselves, and no one was willing to participate in the competition between the two of them. Hence, Song Chuanxi's team had always lacked a rules awakened. In the second half of year 3, Song Chuanxi didn't do anything at all. The students thought that she had tacitly given up, but to their surprise, they suddenly discovered that she had changed dormitories at the start of year 4. Han Jiangxue frowned and realized the seriousness of the problem. Xia Yin said, "Song Chunxi's team has a rather good shield, and it's a supportive one. She's also good at providing support, healing, control, and buffs. However, she lacks an extremely powerful rules awakened." "No need." Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, "Even if it's a team selection mode, the outstanding ones are still the individuals. In the end, they will also be chosen individually. Song Chuanxi's team is above average. As long as she's strong enough, she can still participate in the competition. The selection mode for teams in international leagues is different from that of high schools." Xia Yin answered, "It's a matter of rising with the tide. In this top school, at their level, their abilities are on par with each other. It's very difficult for one person to turn things around. Only when the teammates are strong will the entire team be strong. Conversely, everyone's characteristics can be truly highlighted. If one position isn't up to standard, everyone will be implicated. Ordinary rules awakened won't be able to meet Song Chuanxi standards, and there are a few extremely powerful rules awakened who won't form a team with her due to various reasons. Han Jiangxue shook her head again and said, I have Chain Lightning, the Dark Blue Scepter, and, at most, Sky Smasher. Am I considered a strong output? That's impossible. As a freshman, it's hard for me to compete with Year 3 and Year 4 rules awakened. Xia Yin said helplessly. That's what I asked Dongfang Laoying too, but his answer was very interesting. Han Jiangxue asked what? Xia Yin said, he said that you have 30 star slots in nearly a year's time. Han Jiangxue fell silent. So, Song Chuanxi was betting on her potential. If Han Jiangxue agreed, it would mean that she might be oppressed by one of the students. Of course, Han Jiangxue would also be protected by Song Chuanxi's team, and Song Chuanxi would definitely do his best to help Han Jiangxue grow. Jiang Xiao began to mutter to himself, potential? My little Jiangxue has already exchanged for it. You want a powerful rules awakened? You've really found the right person. It's not that I'm bragging. Have you guys heard of the godly defensive technique, Heart of Nature? Have you guys seen the platinum quality ice roar before? Don't tell me that you're the chosen ones. How many years of training have you had, how much star power you have, and how many star techniques you have combined? My little Jiangxue, just throw the platinum quality ice roar at me. Just tell me if it hurts or not, and that's it. Chapter 382. Speaking of the World Cup, people's first impression will be the Football World Cup. In this bizarre world, there were no international competitions for regular Star Warriors. Therefore, as a Star Warrior, the highest level of competition that could be participated in was the civilized competition between countries, which was the International University League. Once one lost their status as a student and established themselves purely as a Star Warrior, they would lose an identity and a protective umbrella. They would not be allowed to represent the country in competitions. Of course, some countries were developing well, and there would be competitions between domestic clubs. However, those were basically commercial products and entertainment competitions to please the public and earn money. The truly powerful Star Warriors were regarded as important treasures of the country and would never appear in such entertainment competitions. There were very few competitions between the clubs of the country and the country. There were some such situations in Europe where players would compete with each other in the name of club. However, in China, there were only domestic entertainment competitions and definitely no international Star Warrior competitions. China might not even participate in such competitions. At the end of the day, those were all commercial entertainment competitions. Hence, the International University League was the purest and most global competition that could highlight the strength of a country to a certain extent. The value of such competitions was recognized by the world, and due to its importance, it was directly named the World Cup. Due to the special nature of the profession of Star Warriors were considered to be the limit of civilized and dignified competition between countries at the university level. In other words, no matter how strong the elites who represented their country were, most of them were still in the galaxy stage. They were not too powerful and did not reach the standard of nuclear weapons. If they fought, they would still be able to end the battle. Of course, deaths often occurred in the International University League. If Han Jiangxue could participate in the competition, it would, of course, be greatly beneficial to her personal development. With a higher platform, she would be valued more, and her future career would definitely be smooth sailing. However, the problems that came with it were also very serious. Huge benefits came with huge risks. As mentioned just now, there would be deaths in the International University League every year. Hence, Jiang Xiao made up his mind to personally check on the assistant in Song Chuanxi's team. If the assistant couldn't do it, Jiang Xiao would have to do it, even if he had to take it head on. Even if he had to waste skill points to raise his star power to the galaxy stage and absorb the space star bead, he would have to do it. In other words, he would say, "You're a man, you have to be strong." I thought that I would have at least 3 years of peaceful development, but to my surprise, I didn't expect little Jiangxue to be targeted by the big shots. He even wants to groom her and bring her to the highest stage in the world. However, Judging from Xia Yan's description of Song Chuanxi's assistant, she was an outstanding figure. Of star warriors who could enter the capital, star warriors were definitely not weak. Those who were selected by Song Chuanxi to participate in the selection were definitely experts among experts. Well, it wouldn't be a bad idea to be a quiet and handsome man and travel abroad with little Jiang Xue. After all, he was just an assistant. Be on the battlefield or in daily life, he would have to do a good job of providing logistic support for Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao drank a crock of soybean pig trotter soup, carried the plate, and sent the empty crock of pork ribs and wintermelon soup back to the shop. He then left the cafeteria while the middle-aged man bade farewell to him. "Hey!" Jiang Xiao was taken aback by the loud yell. Then, Jiang Xiao realized that he had been ridden. Xia Yan reacted extremely quickly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and stopped abruptly in midair. "Acquaintance? Why didn't you reply to my message? I was still waiting for you to bring sister over so that we can go and eat together," a familiar voice said from behind Jiang Xiao. Due to the momentum, Jiang Xiao carried him on his back and took a few steps forward. He then imitated his accent and replied, "Who do I think I'm like? Is it Lu Yang? Come down, hurry and come down." Lu Yang, the thug from Tianjin. The man with the buzz cut jumped down from Jiang Zhao's back and pushed Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "Where did you go with our sister during the holidays?" Go my foot. I've been tortured silly by big white ghoul. How can I still be in the mood to have fun?" Seeing an acquaintance, Jiang Xiao felt a tinge of joy and said, "The private message was insincere. It's not like you don't have my WeChat. Since you sincerely invited me, I went." "Huh? I didn't send you a WeChat message?" "Say that again." Lu Yang's face turned sullen. "Huh?" In the first half of the holiday, Jiang Xiao risked his life on the battlefield in the northwest and spent the second half in the snowfield. Jiang Xiao didn't see Lu Yang's message, so he might have really sent it. Later on, when he returned to normal society, he picked up his mobile phone and received the previous message. He probably didn't take it seriously, did he? Jiang Xiao smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. "It seems that the excellent university near your house didn't manage to keep you. It's really their loss." Lu Yang rubbed his buzz cut and said, "Come to think of it, isn't this also my doorstep?" "Ah, that's true. The two cities are indeed very close. I'm a champion of the competition, so of course I have to go to the best university." Lu Yang was still very talkative and continued, Come, look who this is." Jiang Xiao turned around and saw Kai Yao, the support member of the Tianjin team, as well as the slightly shorter shield warrior, Zhang Qinzhou. Most shield warriors were tall and strong. Zhang Qinzhou was definitely strong, but his height was a little short of 7 meters. That made Zhang Qinzhou seem a little special among the shield warriors. Zhang Qinzhou smiled and greeted Jiang Xiao. Kai Yao, on the other hand, winked at Jiang Xiao as usual. Jiang Xiao panicked. The blink this time was different from the previous ones. There was hatred on Kai Yao's beautiful face and a hint of anger in her eyes. However, the anger was relatively mild, and it would be better to describe it as reproach. There were many kinds of seductive states in this world, such as cute, seductive, aggressive, and so on. So, Kai Yao's seductive state should be aggressive? Speaking of which, it was inevitable for Jiang Xiao and Kai Yao to have some friction as competitors. The two teams had once fought head-on in the top 4 of the National League. At that time, Jiang Xiao used a series of blessings to disconnect Kai Yao. Fortunately, the organizers and director of the competition reacted in time and stopped the damage in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hello. Feeling a little awkward, Jiang Xiao chuckled and hurriedly changed the topic. "Who's that? Where's the other shield warrior?" He fan. Upon hearing that, Lu Yang smacked his lips helplessly and said, "His results are a little worse." "Why? Did he fan get his lunchbox?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "The 3 of you are here. Who else is missing? Our college entrance examination is a system that binds teams. Under normal circumstances, those with poor results can apply for it, and the country and the school will also take care of them appropriately. Kai Yao looked at Jiang Shao with a sullen gaze and said, "Do we have to say that Fan's results are much worse?" Jiang Shao was speechless. However, Zhang Qinzhou continued, "Oldie's results aren't that bad. He went to the Northern University of Defense Technology. The school is pretty good. What's the best way to comfort someone? It's not to tell him that everything will get better, but to tell him that he's as miserable as you or even worse than you." Hence, Jiang Shao found an ingenious entry point. "I'm sorry, Brother Li. I actually mentioned your name again because I wanted to compare who's worse off." Jiang Shao said, "All right, at least your teammate Fan tried. Since he didn't get enough points, we'll just have to accept our fate." Fan went to the Northern Military Academy as his second or even third choice after making up for it. "Look at Li Wei from our team. I thought that he wouldn't be able to get more points. So he agreed to the invitation of the Northern Military Academy long ago and enrolled directly without taking the college entrance examination." Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said, "In the end, our team got more points from the National League. Don't mention it. Brother Li should be your schoolmate now." Kai Yao was speechless. "Liu Yang, don't spout nonsense. Being a soldier is pretty good." Fan borrowed the glory of the national tournament and was recognized by the school's leaders. That's why he was able to get in. He really hit the jackpot. How can a normal person get into such a good school? Xia Yin said, "Li Wei has his own goals. That might be the most suitable for him." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly, but he suddenly thought of something. "Hey, by the way, how are you going to choose the positions in your team? You're missing one?" Liu Yang suddenly smiled mischievously and nudged Jiang Shao with his shoulder. "We want to form a regular team. Now that it seems like we're just short of a rules awakened. Why don't you give sister to us?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Liu Yang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. We promise to take good care of sister. Whoever dares to touch her will have to step over my dead body first." Jiang Zhao's face turned sullen. "I'll heal you if you continue." I'm just kidding." Liu Yang put his arm around Jiang Zhao's neck and turned around to say to Han Jiangxue, "I'm familiar with the capital, and I come here often. I'll be sister's guide. Let's go out for a walk." Han Jiangxue's expressionless face thawed a little, and she smirked while glaring at Liu Yang smilingly. Liu Yang chuckled and said, "We're men and we don't lie." A ray of blessing light suddenly descended. Liu Yang was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly cried out. This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to chuckle. However, he realized that Kai Yao's body had also shivered. Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded and thought, "I didn't heal you. Why are you shivering?" Kai Yao clearly sensed Jiang Zhao's gaze and glared at him fiercely. "She's super fierce." After a while, Liu Yang snapped back to his senses and rubbed his eyes before saying to Jiang Shao, "Why don't you join my team?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Is this kid really stubborn? However, then again, if they still wanted to continue with the Shield Warrior strategy, Jiang Shao would have plenty of resources to do so. Jiang Shao asked, "Do you still want Shield Warriors? Do you want to continue the team's style and tactics?" Liu Yang snapped back to his senses and asked curiously, "Do you have any powerful Shield Warriors to recommend?" Jiang Shao immediately perked up and said, "Let me tell you, I'm covered in sweat now. No, my apartment is filled with burly men. There are all kinds of Shield Warriors, all kinds of styles, tall, short, handsome, and ugly. They're all with me. I'm targeting apartment number 17. Come with me and choose whatever you want. Just choose, and that's it." Liu Yang looked at the extremely confident Jiang Shao with a dumbfounded expression and asked, "Is it that amazing?" Peek. Chapter 383. Jiang Shao and Liu Yang agreed to go to apartment number 17 to pick out some goods when they had the time. He then left with the team. After sending Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin back to their respective dormitories, Jiang Shao did not see their roommates. Han Jiangxue had yet to really think about the invitation that Song Chunxi might make, and Jiang Shao did not disturb her thoughts. It didn't matter whether she went or not. Risks and benefits coexisted. No matter what choice she made, Jiang Shao would support her. Xia Yin's dormitory was also a luxurious two-person dormitory in the same district as Han Jiangshue's. She was in apartment number 07, which was not far from Han Jiangshue. Jiang Xiao wanted to meet Xia Yan's roommate, but unfortunately, the girl from Shanghai was not in the dormitory. So far, Jiang Xiao only knew that her name was Zhao Qi. Let's meet again in the future. Jiang Xiao also returned to his dormitory. At the thought of the group of burly men in the dormitory, Jiang Xiao felt a headache. In particular, there were 3 shield warriors in his dormitory. If he chose one of them to be his teammate, what would happen to the other 2? Jiang Xiao could get along with them normally, but he was afraid that they would have a problem with it. This lousy school actually exposed the students' dormitory information. He reckoned that the school would be able to make a fortune with the beds. While thinking about it, Jiang Xiao sneaked into the dormitory building for fear that he would be blocked by the other students. He tiptoed like a thief and opened the door quietly, only to see that the dormitory was empty. Did they go to eat too? No, there's another one. Jiang Xiao took a closer look and saw that there was a person leaning against the window. Jiang Xiao said, "Hello? You're Gu Shiren." Gu Shiren had a cigarette in his mouth and turned to look at Jiang Xiao before sticking his head out of the window and continuing to smoke. However, he heard Gu Shiren's voice coming from outside the window. "There were a few people who came to look for you just now, but I kicked them away." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "So what if you kick them away? They're probably here to form a team. Speaking of which, shouldn't you guys be flattering me and sucking up to me? Why are you so cold?" He had no idea what Gu Shiren was from. After going to university, shield warriors were also divided into defensive warriors and force warriors. Although they were all large shields that stood at the front and attracted firepower, their future development directions were very different. Defensive battle could be considered a support style, buffing their own team members, purifying and dispelling, mental link, vision sharing, scouting the map, and even pure meat. In short, defensive warriors needed teammates. It was a very obvious team profession and was quite popular in the army. Another branch of shield warriors, Battle of Power, was the output of the shield warriors. They pursued individual abilities and were relatively less compatible with their teammates. They would have to match a series of star techniques with their own star techniques before considering being compatible with the team. Shield warrior, power warrior, and melee warrior, brawler looked very similar. They both seemed to focus on damage output, but in reality, they were very different. The dominant ideology of the 2 classes was like heaven and earth. Although one of them had the ability to fight solo, at the end of the day, he still had to protect his teammates. The other one was very pure. At the end of the day, he just had to press forward. Most of the children only had 8-star techniques and could not be assigned to such a detailed profession. However, when they filled in their application forms for school, they had to determine their main focus. If they chose one of them, the school would reform their tactical thinking, behavior, habits, and other aspects. After they advanced to the galaxy stage, the additional 8 available star slots will be combined and matched according to the direction of their career development. The premise was that they had to be able to advance to the galaxy stage. Most people would be stuck in the nebula stage. Of course, the elites of the capital star warriors had a higher success rate. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao took out the bed sheets from the cabinet and climbed up to make the bed. He asked, "Which direction are you going to go?" Upon hearing this, Gu Shiren took a deep puff of his cigarette and blew it out of the window. He said slowly, "Battle of Power." While making the bed, Jiang Xiao said, "Xia Yan is a melee warrior and pure output. Han Jiangshue is also the king of output, but she doesn't have many auxiliary star techniques. Do you think you'll be suitable for my team if you take the path of Battle of Power?" Gu Shiren extinguished his cigarette and turned around to stroke his mohawk hair. He then smiled and said, "Your output is not bad too. Your swordsmanship is extremely fierce, especially in the final battle of the finals. You don't look like an auxiliary." Jiang Xiao stood on the bed and shook the blanket before smiling. "I really can't tell if you're praising me or criticizing me." Gu Shiren threw the cigarette but into the wastepaper basket and said, "So, I think output is more suitable for your team. An auxiliary shield warrior? Huh, that doesn't fit your team's combat style." "Oh, Jiang Xiao looked at Gu Shi and with interest and asked, "What's the style of our team?" Gu Shi said matter-of-factly, "Reckless." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Jiang Xiao said meekly, "There should be some strategies, right?" Gu Shi grinned and said with a hint of disdain, "You only need a certain functional star technique, such as the purification star technique. As for teammates, you need a warrior who can keep up with your rhythm." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought to himself, "What Gu Shi said is interesting, but I'll have to try it out before I know the exact effect. After all, practice is the standard to test everything." Jiang Xiaopi. All of a sudden, a male voice sounded from downstairs. Gu Shi was obviously stunned for a moment. He turned around and stuck his head out of the window, only to see a sea of colors. No, he saw a boy with long purple bangs. He was none other than Bai Yi, who had once disrupted the order at the school gate. Bai Yi's face was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Jiang, Xiao, Pai, come out. This guy, there's something wrong." Back then, at the entrance of the school, he had made a big fuss, as if he wanted the examiner, Li Liang, to come out. He wanted to slap Li Liang's face with reality and tell everyone that he would definitely be able to take back what he had lost. Now, he was also standing outside the dormitory, gritting his teeth and making a fuss. Jiang Zhao's dormitory was not locked. If Bai Yi really wanted to find Jiang Xiao for something, he could just come up and say it to him. It was obvious that they were trying to blow things up so that everyone could see what was going on. He was not calling out to Jiang Xiao, but to everyone. "All of you, listen up. All of you, watch carefully. I'm that impressive. I'm blocking the entrance of the national champion's dormitory to find trouble with him." Bai Yi continued to holler, "Jiang Xiaopi, don't you dare to face me." However, what kind of people are living in dormitory building number 17? They're all shield warriors? Yes, they're all shield warriors, but that's not all. Not only are they shield warriors, but they're also trying to curry favor with Jiang Xiao and form a team. At least, before the final shield warrior of Jiang Zhao's team is confirmed, these shield warriors are all looking for an opportunity to befriend Jiang Xiao. Hence, it would be a very wrong choice to stand outside dormitory building number 17 and scold Jiang Xiao. The shield warriors who were taking an afternoon nap got up one after another and walked to the windowsill to look down. The shield warriors who had just returned from lunch did not rush upstairs. Instead, they stood around Bai Yi and got ready to figure out the situation. Gu Shi was the first to speak. He was already on the windowsill, and he looked down at little Z. "What are you shouting for? Why are you looking for Jiang Xiaopi?" Bai Yi clearly had yet to realize the seriousness of the problem. He saw a large number of figures appearing in front of the window in the dormitory building and felt that many people were surrounding him. Bai Yi was rather satisfied because that was exactly what he wanted. Of course, if he discovered that he was surrounded by burly men, he would probably sense that something was amiss. Bai Yi looked up at Gu Shi and yelled, "It's none of your business. Stay aside. Jiang Xiaopi, don't be a coward. I'll return the humiliation you gave me today 10 times over." All of a sudden, the students upstairs and downstairs were confused. What's going on? Personal feud? Jiang Xiao, who was lying on the bed, was so infuriated that he almost laughed out loud. He jumped down and scurried to the window in his flip-flops. Jiang Xiao, who was standing in front of the window, rolled his eyes and pointed at Bai Yi. "Can you be more shameless? You insist on being my teammate, and I'm insulting you because I don't agree to it? I want a shield warrior, not a melee one." The entire dormitory building was in an uproar. The shield warriors downstairs who were watching the commotion after eating also got agitated. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the shield warriors didn't even take the stairs. Instead, they jumped out of the windows. The thumping sound was very rhythmic. Boorish voices could be heard one after another. "You want to be teammates with Jiang Xiaopi? I'm asking you a question. Is it you? Say something." Bai Yi was dumbfounded. What were these burly men trying to do? Who the hell are these people who are surrounding me? Chapter 384. Damn it. A melee fighter looking for support to fight one-on-one. I can't stand it. Grandson, do you think you're impressive? Bullying a support? Hungry thief, coward. It was extremely lively downstairs of dormitory 17. It was still very hot in the capital in early September, but the atmosphere here was even more intense. They were both young and frivolous. They were both proud and unruly youths. Who was afraid of who? Just like that, on September 1st, the first day of reporting to Star Warrior University, there was a group fight in the school. A group fight. A group of burly men surrounded a handsome man who was trying to set off a renaissance. Jiang Xiao watched from upstairs with a face full of pity. Damn it. Ouch. It looks so painful. That kick is quite interesting. He's aiming at the bottom three. Bai Yi, who was originally arrogant and domineering, was squatting on the ground with his hands on his head. It was a typical action of squatting with one's hands on one's head, which was exclusive to cute Lolis. It turned out that from washing to being cute, what he lacked was the care and concern of a group of burly men. Bai Yi was screaming miserably. All of a sudden, a few burly men began to maintain order. Jiang Xiao blinked, unsure of what was going on. In the chaotic battlefield below, Bai Yi's screams could gradually be heard. What's so great about bullying someone with numbers? What kind of man are you? If you have the guts. It hurts. Let's fight one-on-one. The group of children were all proud and arrogant people. After the indignation, they immediately flew into a rage when they heard that Bai Yi was still so arrogant. However, they also heard what Bai Yi said. Indeed, what was so great about bullying someone with numbers? Let's fight one-on-one. Who's afraid of who? I'll go first. I said it first. First come, first served. Everyone, mind your manners. A tall and strong young man shouted loudly. I'll go first. Damn it, he beat me to it. Don't embarrass yourself, Wang Shuwang. Ha! The tall and strong Wang Shuwang replied. Bullsh *T. Get out of my way. I want to see what kind of person dares to challenge dormitory 17 single-handedly. Does he think we shield warriors are pushovers? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere on the field immediately changed. Those who set the pace were even more abominable than those who called out names and cursed. Due to the development of the internet and the prosperity of various industries on the internet, these types of bugs emerged as the times require. There were even some smelly fellows who made a living out of this. Wang Shuwang's words had obviously changed the nature of the battle. It was originally a competition for the position of a shield warrior in the team, but it instantly became Bai Yi looking for trouble and wanting to challenge the entire dormitory alone. Bai Yi was indeed there to cause trouble, but he wanted to challenge Jiang Xiao one-on-one, not the entire dormitory 17. Bai Yi didn't want to belittle the shield warriors either. Everyone followed the rhythm of one person. Some people were stupid, and some people were not stupid, but they were pretending to be. Those who were able to get into this school had IQs that were above the passing line. They just wanted to watch a good show, so the scene immediately became even more chaotic. The direct result was the expansion of the situation, and his momentum was one-sided. Wang Shuwang was obviously a smart person. He cleverly used his little tricks to strike at the other party's morale, making them unable to defend themselves and even causing them to fall into a state of chaos. Then, that old dog Wang Shuwang made his move. What is this? Is this a brutal charge? Wang Shuwang didn't have a weapon in his hand, nor did he get into a fighting stance like he would in a regular battle. Instead, he quickly approached. He just tilted his shoulder and charged forward. It was completely different from his vicious and sinister style of speech. He actually charged forward so openly. The ground trembled slightly, and the cement ground was left with shallow marks. Bang! At the next moment, like a cannonball, Wang Shuwang flew out with a whoosh. He plunged into the arms of the surrounding audience, and his heavy body even crushed several tall and burly shield warriors. Damn! Oh my God, what happened? What a shame! There was an uproar in and out of the arena. He was defeated in one move. Is this guy who led the wave of revival actually that powerful? He was blasted back in the same way that Wang Shuwang charged forward with an indomitable will. Is this burly man just for show? Or is this Bai Yi really something? Bai Yi was holding a purple battle blade in his right hand, and there was a purple mist floating around it. It was beautiful. He rubbed his bruised face and swallowed a mouthful of blood. All of a sudden, he was filled with pride and yelled, "Carry him away next. Damn it, this bastard. So arrogant." All of a sudden, the crowd was furious. Bai Yi was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. One-on-one. One-on-one. Jiang Xiao, who was upstairs, didn't know how to describe this scene. What is this? Domineering and cowardly at the same time? How can such contradictory sides coexist harmoniously in a person? Could it be that he's really the chosen one? Is he destined to lead the wave of the Renaissance? Lead the revival of the undead legion? Let this sea of colors spread over every inch of the capital Star Warriors University? I'll do it. A brawny man who was more than one. 9 meters tall roared and stood up. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. It was his roommate, the burly man from Ludong, Ren Shu. Wang Shuwang was pushed to stand up by the surrounding audience. He was extremely unconvinced. It was just that he had lost on the stage. It was just that the scene was a little shocking, but it was not to the extent of hurting his muscles and bones. He could still fight. Wang Shuwang stepped forward and said, "My battle is not over yet. Shoo, get down, get down." Waves of heckling sounds rang out from all directions, causing Wang Shuwang's face to turn red. The atmosphere in the arena was very interesting. Although they were all shield warriors of the same profession, they would definitely be embarrassed if they lost. However, at the same time, they were also competitors. With one less, the others would have a higher chance of being selected as the champion. Hence, the students spared no effort to coax Wang Shuwang to get down. Bai Yi was overjoyed. It was beneficial to him, so of course he was willing to cooperate with the surrounding crowd. He ignored Wang Shuwang and turned to look at Ren Shu. Bai Yi shouted loudly, "Report your name." Bai Yi, do not kill nameless people." Ren Shu also replied loudly, "Ren Shu." Bai Yi froze for a moment, waved his hand, and said, "Just admit defeat. What's there to be proud of?" Next, Ren Shu was dumbfounded. Bai Yi looked up at Jiang Xiao and said, "1 against 3 is enough." Bai Yi waved his sword and pointed at Wang Shuwang. "You." Wang Shuwang's face was flushed, and he was so infuriated that he almost couldn't speak. "You." Bai Yi ignored him and pointed his sword at Ren Shu. "You've been subdued by my domineering aura. Admit defeat." Ren Shu's face was filled with bewilderment. Bai Yi raised his sword and pointed at Jiang Xiao. "You'll be my 3rd defeated opponent. Come down. Let me end all of this." Jiang Xiao subconsciously reached out to pull the person beside him, but Gu Shuren had already jumped down. It was all because the jumping was too confusing that Jiang Xiao had forgotten that Gu Shuren was a Star Warrior. Bang! Gu Shuren landed heavily and said, "Okay, I'll play with you." It was Bai Ye's turn to be dumbfounded. I'm obviously referring to Jiang Xiao. "Why did you come down?" Gu Shuren had been standing next to Jiang Xiao. Gu Shuren actually accepted Bai Ye's attack gladly. Damn it, they're indeed the elites. Each of them is better than the other. Each of them is better than the other. If Jiang Xiao were to go down, would Gu Shuren still have a chance to perform? Of course not. Hence, Gu Shuren actually went down and accepted the challenge shamelessly. As soon as Ren Shu entered the arena, Gu Shuren saw Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Gu Shuren immediately felt that the situation was not good. He could also tell that Ren Shu was a big shot and was definitely a strong competitor. However, Bai Yi was so good at playing tricks that he managed to make Ren Shu admit defeat in just a few sentences. How could Gu Shuren let go of such a good opportunity? 1 against 3? Haha, dream on. Gu Shuren lowered his head and looked at the dumbfounded Bai Yi in disdain. The diamond earring on his right ear was shining brightly under the sun. He said, "Why? Are you afraid again? Get lost if you're afraid." Bullsh *T. Why would I be afraid? Bai Yi knew that this was a provocation, but he had no choice but to accept the challenge. There were so many people watching. No matter who he was referring to, there was no turning back now. Only Ren Shu, who was still in the middle of the arena, was still confused. Why did I admit defeat? I didn't admit defeat. Listen to me. Why is it the next round? The scene was exciting. What was a battle of wits and courage? What was a flying trick? Strike first and gain the upper hand. Since things had already come to this, he would press forward. Bai Yi suddenly swung his left hand, and an illusory flying knife was instantly thrown at Gu Shiren. Evenly matched? Going back and forth? All bullsh asterisk T. I'm a melee fighter. What I'm after is an instant kill. Ding! There was the sound of iron colliding. The illusory flying knife actually hit Gu Shiren's head, causing it to tilt to the side. There were even some sparks from the collision. Gu Shiren tilted his head and slowly turned back. He was unscathed. He looked at Bai Yi with disdain. He stroked his Mohican and said mockingly, "Let the competition begin." Chapter 385. Jiang Zhao's expression changed while he lay on the floor of the building. Bai Yi and Gu Shiren were indeed the geniuses who had entered the Star Warrior League in Beijing. Their combat abilities were simply astonishing. Bai Yi's swordsmanship was extremely ruthless, and his movement techniques were mysterious and unpredictable. Gu Shiren's body was as tough as steel, and he had nothing to fear. Similarly, he displayed his unique characteristics to the fullest. The way Bai Yi took out his weapon was very special. Although he pulled out the purple sword from behind his waist, everyone knew that he did not have a scabbard on his back, nor did he bring any weapons with him. That was just Bai Yi's habitual action. In other words, he summoned the purple sword out of thin air. That reminded Jiang Zhao of the female zombies in the ancient imperial mausoleum in Chang'an City. They didn't have any weapons in their hands, but they could summon bows and arrows out of thin air during battles. Jiang Zhao knew where that star technique came from. It was a silver-quality star technique from Guasian province named Purple Thornblade. It was considered a relatively common star technique in Guasian province. The blade was extremely sharp and lethal. With such a common and extremely powerful star technique, there were relatively more melee fighters in Guasian province. The same was true for the illusory flying dagger that Bai Yi threw out. Although it was illusory, it was also mixed with a faint purple color, making it look dreamy. The flying dagger was fast and ruthless. If Gu Shiren weren't really capable, he might have really been killed by Bai Yi instantly. Jiang Zhao also knew about such basic techniques. After all, he had to take part in the college entrance examination. It was a brass-quality star technique named Circe's Thorn. Although it was a brass-quality star technique, the damage was not to be trifled with. Besides, such star techniques were hidden, consumed little star power, and were highly lethal. Hence, they were favored by most awakened. China was a vast land with abundant resources. Due to the different star techniques of each province, the professional styles that emerged were also different. For example, the typical melee fighter of the Yinzhao sect and the Tianjin sect was Liu Yang, who relied on the Shadow Series star technique. His combat style could be described as elusive. Another example would be the melee fighter of Zhongji province who grew up in the arsenal. Supplemented by the star techniques of the three northern provinces, the melee fighter of Zhongji province would be outstanding in the future. Although Xia Yin was from Beijiang province, her gold-quality body of star power was considered a star technique from Zhongji province. Another example would be the Guaishi sect. They were proficient in flying daggers and special advanced star techniques that were outstanding in being ruthless and ruthless. Most of their movement techniques were as fast as lightning and erratic. When fighting with such melee fighters, one would really have to be careful about one's own life. Rustling sounds could be heard continuously from downstairs. The surrounding shield bearers all retreated, and the arena formed by them could be said to have expanded again and again. Bai Yi might be arrogant and unruly, but he was really awesome. Due to his abilities, he was specially recruited by the Capital Star Warriors University last year. However, due to his young personality, he was kicked back to school by the teacher who was in charge of recruitment, Li Liang. But today, he had returned to the imperial capital and stood in the highest university in Huaxia. What did it prove? No matter what his personality was like, his strength was definitely solid. Gu Shiren made a stunning appearance, but in the following battles, he was completely suppressed by Bai Yi, even though he was invincible. The shield bearers who were initially watching the fun also gradually realized a rather serious problem. If it were a one-on-one battle, they might not necessarily win. After all, he was a genius who had been admitted again after being expelled from school. Everyone had their own story, and so did Bai Yi. In fact, Bai Yi might have more stories than the other students present. But no one was willing to listen to the voice of an ordinary person, and no one was willing to listen to the voice of a failure. Hence, he worked even harder, and when he stood at the entrance of the Capital Star Warriors University again, someone was finally willing to listen to him. He liked that feeling and wanted to continue all of this. Jiang Xiao wasn't quite sure where Bai Yi was from. The basic star techniques he displayed were from Guangxi Province, and his combat style was also in line with that faction. However, his Mandarin was very standard and he barely had any accent. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but guess that he might have gotten someone to buy star beads from there. Jiang Xiao wasn't quite sure which region of China Gu Shiren was from. When they moved into the dormitory in the morning, Jiang Xiao only heard him introduce himself as Gu Shiren because they were discussing the issue of the shield warriors gathering together. He didn't know anything else. Until now, Jiang Xiao knew very little about Gu Shiren. His strong body reminded Jiang Xiao of the Russian mercenaries. Until bang, it was another sharp and forceful attack from a tricky angle. Gu Shiren's body was slashed to the ground, and the redbud blade made a piercing sound as it rubbed against his body. Because of the huge force, Gu Shiren's body, which was lying on his back on the ground, continued to slide backward on the cement floor. Gu Shiren only stopped after a full 3 meters. Bai Yi's swift figure caught up with him immediately. As soon as Gu Shiren looked up, a purple blade was already pressed against his forehead. The corners of Bai Yi's mouth curled up slightly. His smile was filled with the joy of a victor. He said, "You lost." There was an uproar. Gu Shiren laughed and said, Bai Yi asked angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Gu Shiren placed his elbows on the ground and lifted his upper body slightly. He actually used his forehead to block Bai Yi's blade and said, "How did I lose?" Bai Yi's eyes widened. "What?" "I'll say it." Gu Shiren knocked his forehead against the purple blade, causing it to make a crisp sound. "How did I lose? How did you win?" Bai Yi felt his blood surging, and he was burning with rage. He gripped the purple battle blade tightly and slashed it down forcefully. Kacha! Gu Shiren was even faster, and he actually grabbed the blade in front of him with one hand. Immediately afterwards, he squeezed it hard. Clatter! It was clearly a summoned redbud blade, but there was a crisp cracking sound when it broke. The purple battle blade shattered and Gu Shiren's body leaped up. He supported himself with one hand and leaped diagonally upwards, kicking Bai Yi. Bai Yi's pupils constricted and he flicked his fringe, after which a purple battle blade appeared in his hand again. At the same time, there was a layer of faint purple mist that drifted away from his body. It was the silver quality star technique, redbud robe. At the next moment, Bai Yi leaped back nimbly. Although Gu Shiren had kicked him in the arm, he managed to deflect the force skillfully. Bai Yi did not suffer much damage and landed gently on the ground while holding the redbud blade in front of him. At the same time, Gu Shiren's heavy body landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the concrete ground. Gu Shiren placed his hand behind his back and slowly pulled out a purple battle blade from his waist. Star power gathered, and the purple mist continuously gathered. Gu Shiren unsheathed his sword and swung it before holding it in front of him. His posture was exactly the same as Bai Yi's. Wow, damn it. Are these two fellows from the same hometown? The appearance of the identical purple battle blade caused an uproar. Bai Yi looked at the big shield in front of him and felt like he was looking at a melee fighter of the same profession. "There's no one like you in my hometown," Bai Yi said with a puzzled expression. "Those who can get into the Capital Star Warrior Academy will be widely publicized." Gu Shiren dashed forward with his sword and said, "I left home early." Bang! 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 There were two figures, one swift and the other agile. The two swords were equally ruthless and cunning. Jiang Xiao, who was upstairs, was dumbfounded. Is Gu Shiren really a shield warrior? The styles of shield warrior, Power warrior and melee warrior. Combat warrior were similar in the first place. Besides, the students only had 8 star techniques during the nebula stage, and the two of them were fighting one-on-one instead of in a team battle. Hence, it was really difficult to judge Gu Shi and true profession. Jiang Shao only knew that he only saw Gu Shi and sword and not his shield. Or could it be Gu Shi and himself was a shield? The two of them were exchanging blows and fighting fiercely. The intense scene of them attacking each other made everyone around them feel intoxicated, but they were also terrified for fear that one of them would suddenly die. More and more students started to gather around her. More and more, all of a sudden, a loud roar resounded throughout the venue. Not only did it penetrate everyone's eardrums, but it also shook everyone's hearts. A dark-skinned student yelled, "Capital Star Warriors University forbids private fights." In an instant, the number of onlookers was reduced by half. If anyone were to pay attention, they would realize that the ones who took the lead were the Year 2 and Year 3 students who knew the rules. The group of Year 1 newbies naturally had the mentality of blindly following the rules. Seeing that the people around them had dispersed, the group of students also dispersed. Bai Yi and Gu Shi, and these two were real men. Regardless of the situation, the two of them were really going all out. Even though the surrounding students had already dispersed and the audience had become a group of black-suited law enforcers, they were still at loggerheads with each other. The captain of the law enforcers, He Chung, was expressionless. He raised his hand and waved, after which a group of people swarmed forward. Jiang Shao stood in front of the window and thought to himself, "Oh no, Bai Yi doesn't matter. After all, he's here to cause trouble." But Gu Shi jumped down because of Jiang Shao. Although Gu Shi also had his own motives for jumping down because he wanted to show off and fight for a chance to join the team, it all started because of Jiang Shao. After all, university wasn't like high school. What if there was a particularly harsh punishment? Should he try to plead for Gu Shi? Should he be a witness and say that he helped him fight? Could he say that he was acting in self-defense? Jiang Shao hurriedly leaped out of the window. While falling from the sky, Jiang Shao suddenly realized the problem. He didn't seem to be as strong as the shield warriors, nor did he have the nimble movement techniques of melee fighters. What the F***CK? How high is the second floor? Second floor? You don't know? I'll let you know today. Smack. TSK. This platinum endurance is really strong. I'm not injured at all. The only flaw is the parts that should hurt still hurt. It didn't delay at all. Chapter 386. 3 days later, in a solitary confinement room on the street next to the Star Warriors Stadium in Beijing, Jiang Shao had always been curious about the independent building in the northeast corner of the school. 3 days ago, he finally understood that it was actually a solitary confinement room. Is it illegal to be placed in solitary confinement? However, Jiang Shao dared not say anything because he could accept the consequences. If Gu Shi were to drop out of school, he would be in deep trouble. The leader of the enforcers, Black Prime Minister, did not treat the three of them differently. It could be said that he punished each of them 50 times with a wooden paddle. He immediately grounded the 3 juniors. The captain of the law enforcement team did not target Bai Yi because of his second offense either. That made Jiang Shao look at Black Prime Minister in a new light. This guy is rather magnanimous. Or does he not take Bai Yi seriously at all? But then again, although the 3 of them were grounded, the living conditions there were actually quite good. At least, Jiang Shao did not have to face the passionate gazes of the aunties in the cafeteria. That would be torture. It was great here. There were delicious food and drinks delivered to him every day. There was also a place to exercise. One of the few drawbacks was the restriction of personal freedom. Every day, Jiang Shao would lean against the iron window and look at the gray sky of Beijing. He would also look at the figures of the students playing football on the field a street away. In just the past 3 days, Jiang Shao had watched plenty of drama, all of which took place on the football field. The group of children were all Star Warriors. Hence, there was an unwritten rule that they were not allowed to use any star techniques when playing football. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of the football field. That was a habit that had been prevalent since high school. It was the same across the country. Be it football, basketball, or badminton, they would have to play according to the routines of ordinary people. Star techniques could be consciously restricted, but not the body. Some star techniques did not need to be actively activated. Hence, the group of football youths were extremely thrilling when they played football. When they walked closer, they saw that there were many pits in the green field. The students played football fiercely and were hot-tempered. They were not careless when they fought. One after another, many students were sent there. They wanted to reform and turn over a new leaf. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally realized that the black prime minister really didn't take their fight seriously at all. He reckoned that there would be plenty of such incidents during the start of school every year. Just now, I mentioned one of the few shortcomings, so what is the second one? Even though he was here, he still had to go to class. Moreover, it was compulsory education. The person who taught the trio was a senior from the Senior Student Council, who was also the prison head here. Her name was Xia Alashila, was a cute girl with glasses. She looked very cute, talked very cute, and her height was also very cute. She was about 1.6 meters tall. It's just that her mouth isn't cute at all. Jiang Shao finally understood what it meant to have a sharp tongue. Jiang Shao finally understood that the so-called imprisonment was not physical torture, but mental torture. According to Warden Xia, the three of them had criminal records. If they committed another crime, they would be sent to a higher level of confinement. Jiang Shao had always been curious about what the highest level of confinement looked like. Before he could even ask, he would start to enjoy the 1-on-3 tutoring session. He did not even have to memorize or write the school rules. He would just be nagging beside his ear. Hey, hey, hey. Jiang Shao leaned against the iron window and cried in his heart. He looked at the students playing football on the green lawn in the distance, but a strange sound came from behind him. Without looking back, he knew that Bai Yi was doing pull-ups. There were rocks on the wall that looked like indoor rock climbing, but there were only 2 of them, which was enough for one person to do pull-ups. Yes, the 3 of them lived together. The third shortcoming appeared. After entering, Gu Shi and Bai Yi quarreled a lot. However, Jiang Shao was stunned to realize that after they confirmed each other's identities, they were all speaking in their hometown dialect. Jiang Shao could not understand at all. Those who had never experienced it would not be able to understand such pain. The 2 of them argued until their faces were red, but Jiang Shao was listening attentively like a primary school student. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in physics class in school. Jiang Shao really wanted to join the fight. But, however, his strength did not allow him to. Jiang Shao also knew the dialect, but everyone could understand his dialect. Even if there were specific dialect words, a smart person would be able to guess most of them, so he had no advantage at all. Stop shouting. I'm healing you. Jiang Shao was still leaning against the iron window, looking into the distance as he muttered to himself. Bai Yi's body trembled, and he forcefully held back his voice. The facts had proven that no matter how unruly a person was, he or she would be subdued by Jiang Shao and become docile. The key was that Jiang Shao did not hit or scold anyone. He just kept on giving them back their energy. Bai Yi even went to the prison head to complain about Jiang Zhao's cruel behavior. But Jiang Shao repeatedly healed Bai Yi in the name of caring for and loving his classmates. On the night the 3 of them were locked together, Bai Yi was already tamed by Jiang Shao. All of a sudden, the demonic voice came from outside the iron door. Little Allah class has begun. It's not good for children to like to fight. What should we do? Whether it was Bai Yi who was working out, Gu Shi and who was sleeping on the bed, or Jiang Shao who was watching the game from the window, they all shivered. This was not milk from the body. It was milk from the soul. Click! The small window of the iron door was pulled open, and a cute girl wearing black-rimmed glasses appeared with a cute and charming smile on her face. This kind of smile was called the Devil's Smile by Jiang Shao. Next, let's review the school rules and regulations. Chapter 1, Section 1. Xia Allah moved a small stool and sat in front of the iron door. She rubbed her mushroom head, opened the thick book on her lap, and began to recite in an emotional voice. Gu Shi and turned over and lay on the bed with a terrified expression. He held a pillow in his hand and covered his head tightly. Bai Yi, who was doing pull-ups, fell to the ground. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, smiled. It's been 3 days. Prison head Xia, I've tolerated you for 3 days. Today is the day I get out of prison. It's almost time. Do you think I'll let you have a good lesson? Allah, Allah, Jiang Xiao suddenly said. Xia Allah stretched her head forward, and her cute face was almost stuck to the small window of the iron door. Bai Yi was flustered, and he retreated with both his hands and feet. On the first night in prison, because Bai Yi refused to be disciplined, Xia Allah walked into the room. She tied Bai Yi to the bed with great force. Then, she moved a small stool and sat beside Bai Yi's bed. She put her mouth close to his ear and quietly recited the rules of a disciple for the whole night. That was what one could call a soft and gentle voice. It left a very serious psychological trauma on Bai Yi. Jiang Xiao said, "You're from the government, right? You're going to be a teacher and teach children in the future, right?" Xia Allah thought about it and said, "Don't talk. Listen to the lesson." Jiang Xiao said, "Allah, Allah." Xia Allah was a little angry. She puffed up her little face and said, "What now?" Jiang Xiao said, "On the first day, you told us that if we make another mistake, there will be a higher level of detention." Xia Allah snorted and said, "Yes, stop talking. I'm going to start the lesson." Jiang Xiao said, "Allah, Allah." Xia Allah stood up abruptly and pulled open the locked iron door with brute force. Bai Yi's face turned pale with fright. After being imprisoned, he realized that the iron door was not to prevent them from running out, but to prevent the villains from barging in. The crux of the matter was that the door could not stop the demons at all. It was the most affectionate call from Bai Yi's cellmate, Capital Star Warrior. "Can you guys make my cell door stronger?" Xia Allah stormed in angrily, obviously dissatisfied with the students who had disrupted the order of the classroom. "Jiang Xiaopi, what do you want?" Jiang Xiao blinked and said, "I just want to know how terrifying those high-level isolation cells are." Xia Allah walked straight to Jiang Xiao and looked up at him. "Hit me." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Xia Allah said, "Didn't you want to know? Hit me then. I'll send you in." Jiang Xiao hesitated for a while and looked at her cute little face. Although he really wanted to slap her, he held back. Jiang Xiao smiled and reached out to rub Xia Allah's mushroom-shaped head. The school rules don't allow it. Xia Allah was stunned for a moment before she humphed and nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Xiao suddenly changed the topic. "In order to reward you for doing your best to tutor us, I'm willing to offer you my sincerest blessings." Xia Allah was dumbfounded. Her confused expression instantly turned into one of bewilderment. Bai Yi sat up. Gu Shi sat up. The two of them looked at the dazzling holy light and the demons who had been punished by the holy light. Both of them had expressions of worship on their faces. "Relax, relax. You're too tired. There are so many students. After you're done lecturing us, go next door. After you're done lecturing next door, go next door," Jiang Xiao said softly. The quality of the blessing was first silver and then slowly decreased to brass. He picked up Xia Allah's petite body and carried her to Bai Yi's bed. "You've been lecturing the students day and night without rest. You don't sleep at all. You're too tired." Jiang Xiao slowly placed Sheila on the bed and hummed a tune softly. "The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars follow. The insects fly. The insects fly. Who are you thinking of, huh?" Xia Allah yawned, her eyes hidden behind her glasses, looking a little hazy. Xiaopi, what are you guys doing?" A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Han Jiangxue looked shocked. Song Chuanxi, who had accompanied her, was also a little confused. After being in school for more than 3 years, it was the first time he had seen such a scene in the detention room. 3 burly men who were 8 meters and 9 meters tall were surrounding the bed and singing to Xia Allah Shu, Shu, Shu. Jiang Xiao, Gu Shi, and Bai Yi's actions were surprisingly consistent. They turned around one after another and placed their fingers on their lips, gesturing to the people outside the door to keep quiet. Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangxue and Song Chuanxi, who had come to pick him up from prison, and whispered, "The demon is asleep. Don't disturb her." Jiang Shao then shot a glance at them, after which the three of them quickly picked up their clothes and tiptoed out of the metal door before closing it gently. Song Chuanxi was completely speechless. It was the first time she had seen a prisoner coax the head of the prison to sleep. All of a sudden, a murmur could be heard coming from inside the door. The rules of the disciples, the teachings of the saints, the first is filial piety, the second is faith. Jiang Shao panicked and began to run away with Han Jiangxue. While running, he lowered his voice and yelled at the various prison doors in the corridor, "Be quiet, all of you. I've coaxed the head of the prison to sleep. Pray that she sleeps a little longer. I'm out of prison today, and that's all I can do to help you. Remember me. I'm a freshman, Jiang Xiaopi. There's no end to learning, and there's a long way to go. When we meet again in the future, please take care of me." Song Chuanxi, as the head of Capital Star's Melee Combat Division, truly felt the feeling of lining the road to welcome. Along the way, behind the prison doors, there were tears of gratitude and hoarse voices expressing their gratitude. He could even hear some crying of joy. At this moment, Song Chuanxi felt the charm of the toxic healer. This junior has a promising future. In the future, if he goes to prison a few more times, he might even be elected as the president of the Student Union of the Capital Star Warriors. At the top. Chapter 387. Under the accompaniment of Minister Song and Han Jiangxue, the three prisoners registered at the door. After confirming that the time of confinement was up, the two seniors let them in. In fact, even if it wasn't time yet, the guards on duty would still show some respect to Song Chuanxi, the minister of melee warfare. Phew! As soon as Jiang Shao stepped out of the door, he raised his head and took a deep breath. The weather was exceptionally good today, and the sun was shining brightly. It was a suitable day to get out of prison. You're out?" A beautiful female voice sounded. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see a tall man and a woman standing not too far away, staring at them with an intense gaze. The young woman seemed to be in a dominant position. After attracting everyone's attention, she smiled and greeted Song Chuanxi. "Good morning, Sister Song." Song Chuanxi smiled too, which was as bright as the sun and seemed to be able to dispel the gloominess in the cell behind her. She nodded and said, "Hey Shui, why are you so free? Are you here to visit us?" The tall girl with a ponytail shook her head and said, "No, I'm here to pick someone up." Song Chuanxi froze for a moment and realized that the man and the woman were looking at the three prisoners. She immediately knew what they were up to and couldn't help but smile. "You want to take the path of dual auxiliaries?" Immediately afterwards, Song Chuanxi asked in bewilderment, "Dual auxiliaries and rules awakened? This lineup isn't common." "Minister Song, you must be joking. We don't have the guts to poach people from you. Besides, we also know that it's impossible for the two champions to be separated. We're here to look for him." The young man then pointed at Bai Yi. "Huh? Me?" Bai Yi froze for a moment and pointed at himself. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi sized up the man and woman with a scrutinizing gaze. "Why are you looking for me? I don't know you guys." Shui gave Song Chuanxi a helpless look and asked, "Leave him to us?" Song Chuanxi looked at Jiang Shao with uncertainty. After all, she wanted to rope Han Jiangxue in, and there was no doubt that Jiang Shao held a high position in her heart. Who knew how Jiang Shao and Bai Yi got along in the past 3 days? Who knew if Jiang Shao was willing to recruit Bai Yi into his team? However, Jiang Shao roughly understood what the couple was trying to say. It seemed that Bai Yi had finally marketed himself. Of course, Jiang Shao wouldn't team up with Bai Yi. He pushed Bai Yi and said, "You're like a porcupine. You don't even know how strong he is. How can you find good teammates with that attitude? What if he was last year's champion?" Bai Yi was shocked. "I know who was the champion last year. These two people weren't there. What league did they become champions of?" Bai Yi looked at the couple in a daze and asked, "Are you the champions?" The man and woman looked at each other and shook their heads. Shui walked up with a smile and said, "We saw an impressive junior, so Zheng Xiao and I came to take a look." The young man called Zheng Xiu said, "Kid, you're really good at causing trouble. You made a ruckus at the school gate on the day you reported for the exam. Then, you got into a fight at apartment number 17. Bai humphed and asked, "So what?" Shui held her forehead with one hand and suddenly had the urge to beat Bai up. She said, "We watched the videos of you during the college entrance examination last year, and this year, and realized that you're pretty good. Two of our teammates have regrouped with other teams, so we came over to see if you're qualified to be our teammate." Bai was displeased to hear that and said in disdain, "Do you think I'm qualified? Aren't you being rebellious? I should be the one who wants to see if you're qualified." Shui froze for a moment while Song Chuanxi couldn't help but laugh. Even the famous support Shui, he had times when she was humiliated. Shui spread her hands helplessly and said, "Sure." As she spoke, the star power in her body surged. As the star power gathered, a large number of balls suddenly appeared around her. "No, it's not an ordinary ball. There seems to be something crawling out of it." Jiang Xiao was taken aback and subconsciously retreated. Ants crawled out of the blue sphere made of star power one after another. As they crawled, their bodies were still growing at a crazy rate. After crawling out a few meters, the ants had already reached their maximum size and were about the size of puppies. Due to the fact that they were enlarged versions of ants, their antennae and limbs were enlarged too. There are even long barbed thorns on their limbs. Wait, aren't ants six-legged? Jiang Xiao finally snapped back to his senses. It's all because the creatures of other dimensions look too much like ants, causing his first impression of them to be ants. At the end of the day, they're all creatures of other dimensions. As the star power was finally pieced together, the outer skin of the giant ants gradually turned black. Each of them had a large head and long antennae pointing to the ground. The dense barbed thorns on their bodies were rather terrifying. At least 20 to 30 ants quickly crawled towards Bai Yi and quickly surrounded him. Hiss, hiss. With a strange sound, the giant ants propped themselves up and their dark compound eyes gradually changed color. Everyone could feel the change in the atmosphere. Bai Yi's body tensed up and a layer of purple light had already appeared on his body. Silver quality star technique, red bud robe. Bai Yi was either scared or shocked. He looked at Shui from afar and stammered. Platinum Dark Queen Ant Star Bead? Gold Quality Star Technique, Proliferation? Gold Quality Star Technique, Ant Unity? Bai Yi mentioned the names of a Platinum Quality Star Bead and 2 Gold Quality Star Techniques. Shui smiled and said, "Junior brother, you have a good eye. Do you think I'm qualified to be your teammate now?" Bai Yi swallowed his saliva and asked while being surrounded by a group of giant ants, "You're from Guishi?" Shui nodded matter-of-factly. Bai Yi suddenly froze and seemed to have thought of something. "I remember now. You're Shui Irin from Linxi number 4 high school?" Shui said casually, "Forget about Irin, just call me Shui. Besides, I'm not from your previous cohort. After all, you failed in the special recruitment and were kicked back to school. You enrolled 2 years later than me." Bai Yi carefully sized up Shui and murmured, "You've changed a lot. You're completely different from the photo in the competition information." The tall young man, Zheng Xiu, snapped his fingers and said, "Let's get down to business." Bai Yi asked in bewilderment, "You're already in year 3. Why are you challenging your teammates in year 1? Shui's voice was calm as she spoke the truth. University is different from high school, especially in the Capital Star Warriors University. Some people are willing to poach and tear down teams for the sake of their own interests, causing the teams to be in a foul mood. Zheng Xiu suddenly hollered, "Shui!" Shui glanced at Zheng Xiu and changed the topic. "We've watched the videos of you during the last 2 cohorts and your 8-star techniques. We think you're suitable. By the way, you're still at the peak of Nebula stage, right? Did you break through during the holidays?" Surrounded by a group of large ants, Bai Yi shook his head obediently. Shui said indifferently, "Yeah, it's the same anyway. The year 2 and year 3 students are also stuck at the peak of the Nebula stage." Shui then nodded at Song Chuanxi and the others. "Leave it to me." The 4 of them looked at each other and turned around to leave. Jiang Xiao vaguely heard Shui Yi's voice. It's time for you to prove that you're qualified to be my teammate. Now, survive their encirclement. Jiang Shao carefully turned his head to look, only to see that the 20 to 30 giant ants were spurting green liquid at the same time, followed by Bayez's miserable shriek. Oh my god, why are there new species? There are even giant ants that can fly? That should be a high-quality star technique unique to Guei Shi, right? Jiang Shao looked at the ugly ants and couldn't help but shiver. He nudged Gu Shi and shoulder and asked, "Are you familiar with this star technique?" Gu Shiren's expression was sullen, and he spoke very quickly. It's a specialty of Guei Shi, a star bead produced in the dark cave. There are very few of such dimensional spaces, and it's not a subject that can be mastered or tested. Shui's parents probably work in the military. Ordinary people can't get their hands on the dark ant queen star beads. Only those who work in the dark cave can get their hands on one or two for their children. Such star beads can only be used by their spouses and children. They can't even be given to their biological brothers. They're also not allowed to be sold or sold. This is also a special benefit that the country gives to the soldiers stationed in the dark cave. As he spoke, Gu Shiren's footsteps quickened. No one knew what he was so anxious about. He urged, "Let's go faster." Jiang Shao looked at Gu Shiren curiously and asked, "What are you going to do?" Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao with an impatient expression and turned to look at the carefree Song Chuanxi and Han Jiangxue. After holding in for a long time, he finally swallowed his words. All of a sudden, Gu Shiren's eyes lit up because a group of students who had just finished playing football appeared at the intersection in front of them. Gu Shiren scurried over. Jiang Shao looked at Gu Shiren curiously and whispered to Han Jiangxue, "This is the shield warrior that I've taken a fancy to. He's rather competent. After interacting with him for the past 3 days, he seems to be a loyal and righteous person. Let's continue to observe him. You should also take a look at his star technique. If his star technique and temperament are up to standard, we'll decide on him." Song Chuanxi raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. He had always thought that Han Jiangxue, who was extremely competent, would be the absolute leader of the team, but it seemed that it was not the case. Jiang Shao seemed to have an extraordinary say when it came to the selection of people. Song Chuanxi had clearly made the same mistake as everyone else. After all, Han Jiangxue was too powerful, and he naturally thought that she was the leader of the team. Han Jiangxue's reaction also confirmed Song Chuanxi's thoughts. Han Jiangxue nodded thoughtfully and said, "Okay, let's observe him for a while." Song Chuanxi thought to himself, it seems that Jiang Zhao's command at the last moment during the finals was not a flash of inspiration. Could it be that this team has always been a two-person commander? Maybe at the most critical moment, the assistant is the absolute leader? While the siblings looked at Gu Shiren from afar, Gu Shiren had already scurried to the front of the students and said, "Everyone, do you have any cigarettes? Hurry up and give me one. I can't hold it in anymore." The group of students froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Several of them took out cigarettes from their pockets, knowing that they were not far from the confinement cell. Looking at Gu Shiren's disheveled appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. Did he just escape from Warden Xie? Gu Shiren lit up a cigarette and took a deep puff. In the distance, Jiang Shao looked at the evil spirit in the smoke speechlessly. This is too embarrassing. He's already tolerated it for 3 days, but now that he's out, he can't hold it in anymore? Jiang Shao was still thinking of finding a buddy to share his cigarettes with. Judging from Gu Shiren's reaction, he reckoned that he probably wouldn't even bear to share his cigarette, but... Chapter 388. The reporting time for the Star Warriors Academy was September 1st, and the classes would officially start on September 5th. Jiang Shao had been grounded for 72 hours due to the shield competition incident, which disrupted the order of the school. He was only released on the morning of September 4th. In other words, the next day would be the official day of school. Jiang Shao would never have dreamed that the days of studying in the Star Warriors Academy would start with imprisonment. During the 3 days that Jiang Shao was away, his dormitory was bombarded with all sorts of indiscriminate attacks. Many people came to try to get into Jiang Zhao's good books and join the team that had won the championship for the past 16 years. However, none of them succeeded. Feeling helpless, some of them moved to Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's place. The two girls did not agree to anyone's request, especially Han Jiangxue. She had always been difficult to get along with and would never be nice to anyone. In the past 3 days, Han Jiangxue was extremely annoyed by the ways of people who recommended themselves to her. In fact, they even began to disrupt her normal life. She became colder and colder, and everyone could sense her unapproachable aura. However, there were still some people who wanted to try their luck. Regardless of whether they were really capable or just wanted to cozy up to her, they were all rejected by Han Jiangxue. Song Chuanqi saw everything. After confirming that Han Jiangxue was not pretending and was playing hard to get, she mobilized her subordinates and created a good living environment for Han Jiangxue. With Song Chuanqi's help, Han Jiangxue's life finally became much more peaceful. Until now, Song Chuanqi had not mentioned the World League to Han Jiangxue. However, Han Jiangxue was well aware of her goodwill towards her. As a star warrior, it was a supreme honor to be able to represent the country and participate in the World League. To be honest, Han Jiangxue was a little tempted. Hence, she did not turn down Song Chuanqi's good intentions. This time, the two of them went together to bring Jiang Xiao out of prison. Jiang Xiao could tell from her expression that Han Jiangxue was willing to do so. Little Jiangxue was really ambitious. She wanted to go and conquer the world just as she was in year 1. Jiang Xiao reckoned that her parents, whom she had never met, would be very proud of her. However, Han Jiangxue's idea was not that difficult to realize. After all, she was the queen of the galaxy stage. Most of the elites who fought in the world were also in the galaxy stage. Even if Han Jiangxue had less star power than her opponents, she was not inferior in terms of the number of star slots and physical fitness. Since Han Jiangxue had passed the hurdle of the galaxy stage, she was definitely qualified to participate in the competition. Not only was she qualified, but her damage output might even be ranked in the top. Since she had such ambitions, Jiang Xiao would definitely not be a burden to her. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, I'll have to go on a public holiday in the second half of the semester. The three of them ignored Gu Shi, who was puffing out clouds of smoke. Under the invitation of Minister Song, Jiang Xiao was brought back to apartment number 11 by the two of them. It was a luxurious room for two, and Han Jiangxue's bedroom had a separate bathroom. She also had a full set of daily necessities, such as shower gel and shampoo. Hence, Jiang Xiao took a quick shower. She washed herself clean and rubbed herself fragrant. Humming a tune, Jiang Xiao opened the door slightly and peeked outside. No one. My abs are really nice. Is there really no one peeking at me? Jiang Xiao opened the bathroom door wider again and peeked out, only to discover that there was a stool at the door with a new set of clothes on it. Jiang Xiao changed into a set of loose, short-sleeved shirt and crop pants. He then walked out in his flip-flops. I hope that Han Jiangxue didn't freeze my two roommates when she went to his apartment to pick up her clothes. Han Jiangxue's bedroom was really clean and simple. There was no makeup, no plush toys, and no traces of young girls. However, there was a book placed under the bedside table lamp. Jiang Xiao walked over and bent down to take a look at it. The Encyclopedia of Dimensional Spaces in Beijing. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and turned around to walk out. There's no one in the living room? Wow, what do these two girls do? Is it appropriate to leave me in the ladies' room? After taking 2 steps, Jiang Xiao finally sensed a figure moving in the distance. He looked to the left, only to see that Han Jiangxue and Song Chuanqi were sitting on the balcony on both sides of the exquisite glass table. There was a teapot, a few white porcelain teacups, and 2 plates of dried fruits on the table. TSK, TSK. They sure know how to enjoy themselves. Song Chuanqi also noticed Jiang Xiao. She turned around and smiled at him while pinching a hazelnut with 2 fingers. Kacha! The hazelnut that didn't open at all was easily crushed by Song Chuanqi. She pinched it gently with her fingertips, and pieces of shell fell off. She picked up the fruit and tossed it into her mouth. While chewing, she picked up the teacup leisurely. Cooling off, Jiang Xiao walked to the balcony and looked into the distance in the direction that Han Jiangxue was looking at. The entire apartment building was surrounded by trees. The drooping branches were lush and lush, making people feel relaxed and happy just by looking at them. A few rays of sunlight shone through the dense leaves and shone on the two of them, leaving flickering spots on their bodies. Jiang Xiao held onto the stone railing of the balcony and leaned out to look to the left. This tree is really awesome. I don't have to hold up an umbrella. However, you two should move from time to time. Don't let your fair legs get sunburned. Song Chuanxi coughed. Ahem, ahem. Minister Song, who was drinking tea, seemed to have choked. Clearly, she was not used to Jiang Zhao's style. After hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Song Chuanxi really moved her legs. Sit. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Xiao angrily, while pushing a small teacup to the other side of the glass table and pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao sat on the stool and grabbed a few raisins. Why did you bring me here? Do you have any instructions? Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao quietly and said, I've decided to participate in the competition. While eating the raisins, Jiang Xiao said, that's a good thing. I support you. Han Jiangxue continued, if you choose to participate in the competition, you'll have to spend a lot of time getting used to working with Song Chuanxi's team and completing missions together. That will affect our team. Jiang Xiao was amused and asked, what impact? There's no university honor competition in year 1 and 2. You'll only have a chance to participate in it in year 3 and year 4. By then, you'll have already sent senior sister Song away. It won't cause any delay. Song Chuanxi was dumbfounded. Although that made sense, why did she feel that something was amiss? Jiang Xiao continued, besides, you can study with her for a year and come back to lead us in year 2. Wouldn't that be great? Song Chuanxi was overjoyed. It seemed that this little kid was very supportive of his sister's choice. In that case, Song Chuanxi felt relieved. Through their interaction, she could tell that Jiang Xiao was very important to Han Jiangxue. Song Chuanxi interjected, you guys just have to attend classes and complete your academic tasks, as usual. I'll coordinate the time and try not to delay your studies. However, Jiangxue, you'll have to work hard. Han Jiangxue said, it's okay, I wanted to participate in the competition, so I should bear all of this. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, if Han Jiangxue is really selected, I'm thinking, can I go out with her to participate in the competition? Song Chuanxi asked in shock, you want to participate in the World Cup? Team or solo? Jiang Xiao waved his hands and said, no, I mean, can I accompany her to participate in the competition and do the logistics work? I can also broaden my horizons. Song Chuanxi said with a troubled expression. This, Han Jiangxue interrupted. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I'm not sure if I'll be selected yet. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Song Chuanxi said, by the way, tomorrow is the 5th of September. Have you prepared for the battle mission at the start of the school term? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and asked, fake military training. Song Chuanxi nodded and said, I know you're very impressive, but you still have to be extra careful, especially since there are only 3 to 5 people in your team and they're all your classmates. That means that you'll be completing the mission as 3 to 5 assistants. At this point, Song Chuanxi's bright and beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of worry. Do you know the training location of the fake military training? Jiang Xiao said. Yes, the Black Rock Mountain. The legendary pain of Black Rock Mountain. It's a show of strength for the elites from the highest academy in China. It's a good tradition, much more interesting than the real military training. Song Chuanxi said, there are gold-quality creatures there. Don't force yourself. Stay closer to your mentor and don't leave his line of sight. Jiang Xiao asked curiously, aren't there brass-quality, small fire puddles too? Song Chuanxi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Xiao with a smile. She crushed the shell of a hazelnut and twisted it gently, causing pieces of the shell to fall on the table. She then flicked the shell into the air and said, How can that thing be a threat to humans? If you're really defeated by them, I advise you to drop out of school now. Jiang Shao didn't listen to her at all. He simply stared at the hazelnuts that were falling in a parabola while struggling internally. The hazelnuts were clearly aimed at him. Han Jiangxiu sat at the side and watched everything with a sullen gaze. So should I pick it up or not? Should I eat it or not? That's the question. At the top. Chapter 389. It was said that only by being infinitely close to death could one comprehend the true meaning of survival. Hence, Jiang Shao not only opened his mouth to catch the falling hazelnuts, but he also ate them with relish. So fragrant. The beginning of September in the capital was extremely hot, but on the balcony of apartment 1107, there was a bone-chilling coldness. Jiang Shao stood up shakily and said with a stiff expression, it's a fake military training tomorrow. I'm going back to study the creatures in the Black Rock Mountain. See you. While speaking, Jiang Shao carefully walked past Han Jiangxue and passed through the living room, only to stop at the door of her bedroom. 2 seconds later, he turned his head to look at the Encyclopedia of Dimensional Spaces in the capital on the bedside table. Yes, a real man has to be on the brink of death. Jiang Shao walked in and picked up the book before turning around to walk out of the room. He walked towards the door of the dormitory while yelling, I'm taking this book back to study it. After saying that, Jiang Shao scurried out of dormitory 1107. Yes, I might look pathetic when I escape, but I must be manly when I court death. While running away with the book, Jiang Shao thought to himself, seriously, she's feeding me so gently. How rude would it be if I didn't take it? Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and walked out of the female dormitory while flipping open the book that wasn't considered thick and looking for the table of contents. Xiaopi, a cold voice suddenly sounded from above his head. Jiang Shao froze in his tracks and slowly turned around to look up at the second floor. He saw that Han Jiangxue was holding 2 clothes hangers, on which hung the Viking t-shirt and baggy crop pants that he had changed out of previously and washed during the shower. They were still dripping with water. Han Jiangxue said coldly, take these clothes back. Jiang Shao waved his hands and said, no need. I'll leave them here dry. I'll come back to shower later so that I'll have clothes to change into. Crack. Behind Jiang Shao, a girl who was walking towards the dormitory with a stack of books in her arms loosened her grip, and the books fell to the ground. Han Jiangxue blushed and glared at Jiang Shao fiercely before turning around and disappearing from the window. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and turned around to look at the girl who was squatting on the ground to pick up the books. Why are you reacting so strongly? He clearly didn't have any other meaning, but now that you've done this, aren't you getting the wrong idea? Jiang Shao looked at the girl helplessly and turned to look at the balcony helplessly, only to see Song Chuanxi smiling uncontrollably. She waved at Jiang Shao and said, come here often. As soon as the girl picked up the book, she looked up and saw another beautiful girl standing on the balcony. She had a gentle smile on her face and was waving at the boy in front of her. The book that the girl had just picked up dropped to the ground again. Jiang Shao couldn't help but turn to look at her and ask, is your book too hot? The girl blushed. She squatted down again and picked up the book in a flurry. Jiang Shao sighed. Girls were indeed salted duck eggs. The outside was so pure white, but when it was cut open, the inside was yellow. Jiang Shao flipped through the book and brushed past the girl. The girl paused for a moment and waited for Jiang Shao to walk away. She then quietly looked up and sized up Jiang Zhao's back. The more he looked at it, the more alarmed he got. This figure. Isn't this my classmate, the famous toxic healer Jiang Xiaopi? So he's such a person? Oh no, I still have to meet him tomorrow. I still have to be his classmate for 4 years. At the thought of this, the girl's blushing face slowly turned pale. Black Rock Mountain, huh? Found it. While looking at it, Jiang Shao walked back to his apartment building. Well, it was no different from the knowledge he learned during the college entrance examination. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw a group of burly men walking out of the apartment building. Jiang Shao got a great shock. and thought to himself, "That's way too imposing. Hey, Xiaopi. Good afternoon, Jiang Xiaopi." The shield warriors were extremely nice to Jiang Xiao, and some of them even tried to get close to him. Jiang Xiao was a little bewildered and asked, "Where are you guys going? Are you going out in groups?" "The class has gathered. I reckon they're going to issue a mission for the military training at Black Rock Mountain tomorrow." "Didn't you receive the news?" "He just got out of the detention room." "How could he receive the news?" "Hurry up. It's the first time we've gathered. Don't be late." Jiang Xiao waved goodbye to the shield warriors and thought, "What do I do? Where do I go? Damn it, there's no support in the entire dormitory. By the way, there's Kai Yao too." Jiang Xiao scurried upstairs while his flip-flops were making noises. He found his mobile phone and quickly charged it before turning it on. He didn't have to ask Kai Yao at all because a series of messages had already arrived. Why are there so many strangers adding me? What did I get added to the group chat? Kai Yao really sent me a WeChat message from 2 days ago. Let's form a team for the military training at Black Rock Mountain. I saw your reply. Don't feel embarrassed. If you form a team, just give me a reply. I'll form a team with someone else. Jiang Xiaopi, I heard that you've been detained. Reply as soon as you come out. Rascal. Jiang Xiao turned off the chat with Kai Yao and opened a chat group that he was unfamiliar with. He saw an unfamiliar profile picture which should have been sent in the morning. At 14 p.m., gather at Classroom 101 on the first floor of Teaching Building B. Jiang Xiao looked at the time and saw that it was 13:45 p.m. He could make it in time. He hurriedly scurried out. The Capital Star Warriors was huge, and his flip-flops were rather lame. When Jiang Xiao ran to the classroom, he was just in time. Fortunately, the teacher had yet to arrive. However, there were too few students in the class. When he looked at the WeChat group, just now, Jiang Xiao felt that there were very few people in the group chat. He thought that there were people who didn't join the group, but now, it seemed that everyone was there. Jiang Xiao saw Kai Yao's figure, but she was sitting with a girl. Hence, Jiang Xiao didn't go over. He walked to the back row and sat at the very back. It was a great position. He just needed an AWM to kill one kid with one shot. 1, 2, 3. 36. The Capital Star Warrior Academy, the auxiliary courtyard, only had 36 people. Assistants were indeed rare creatures. Even the Capital Star Warriors could only recruit so many of them in a year. Jiang Zhao's thoughts were a little biased. In fact, there was a group of assistants who went to the government, but they were all aiming for politics, business, and other industries. They did not intend to go into combat. Jiang Zhao's appearance clearly attracted the attention of many students, but they were all well-mannered. Most of them were whispering to each other and did not make any big movements in the classroom. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in with a stern expression. Behind him were 9 men and women who were mostly around 40 years old and seemed to be teachers. The teachers walked straight to the first row, which happened to be empty. Hence, they took their seats too. Zhou Xinghe, the middle-aged man, stood on the podium and introduced himself. I'm your counselor, and I'm in charge of managing the students' lives and studies. Zhou Xinghe glanced at the students who had appeared in the National League, such as Kai Yao from Tianjin, Li Yuan from Beijing, and Jiang Xiao from Beijing. He paused for a moment and said, "The fact that you can enter the Capital Star Warriors means that you're above a certain standard. However, no matter how impressive you were in the past or what kind of results you've obtained, you're just ordinary students here." Zhou Xinghe then looked at Jiang Xiao and said, "Being humble and keeping a low profile is the best partner for your growth." Jiang Xiao lowered his head quietly. He reckoned that the counselor must have found out about his confinement. Zhou Xinghe continued, "You can find my WeChat in the group. My phone number is also on it. If you have any difficulties in your studies or life, you can look for me. I will try my best to help you. I only have one request for you." The students listened attentively. Counselor Zhou Xinghe placed his hands on the podium and said, "No one is allowed to skip cultural lessons." Counselor Zhou Xinghe continued, "I'll tell the cultural teachers of each subject to take attendance before class. If you're absent once, 41 points will be deducted for that subject's final exam. If you fail 2 or more subjects, you'll have to repeat a year. I can't tutor you anymore, so I'll get the other counselors to tutor you. Damn it, ruthless. Ruthless. He's a ruthless person. Being absent once is equivalent to failing a subject. Deducting 41 points? Even if you get full marks, you'll only get 59 points in the end. There was an uproar in the classroom. The students were not fools, and they knew that repeating a year wouldn't be for nothing. There had to be corresponding conditions and measures. If things went wrong, they might really be expelled. They went through all kinds of hardships and risked their lives to get into Capital Star Warrior. Yet they were expelled because they skipped classes? Counselor Zhou Xinghe said, I'm only in charge of your cultural lessons and daily life. As for the practical lessons, that's their business. While speaking, Counselor Zhou Xinghe gestured to the teachers in the first row and said, the quality of the teachers in Capital Star Warrior is beyond your imagination. Since you've been admitted here, you should enjoy the same treatment. Now, go and look for the teacher who will be leading the team tomorrow. Each teacher can have 4 people standing in front of him. If there are more than 4 people, the next person can challenge any of the 4 in front of him. In the end, the students who join the team will be decided according to the teacher's preference. What does that mean? One teacher leading 4 people? If there are more people, they can challenge the other students in the team? But it's not decided according to the winner, but according to the teacher's preference? Counselor Zhou Xinghe continued. As for the matters related to the military training in Black Rock Mountain tomorrow, your respective practical teachers will explain them to you after the team is confirmed. Next, Counselor Zhou Xinghe waved his hand and said, I hope you'll come back alive 7 days later. Now, start making your choice. Start making my choice now. Why would I choose? I went to the Great Jiang Snow Mountain region and the Beijiang Snowfield during the holidays. After returning home, I only had a few days of leave. In order to adjust my mental state, I even went to Luo, Shang capital, to cause trouble. I don't know any of these teachers. Over the years, haven't the teachers in Capital Star Warrior always chosen the students? Why is it the opposite this year? As soon as Counselor Zhou Xinghe finished speaking, no one in the classroom dared to act rashly. Jiang Zhao's first consideration was to choose a good teacher, while some of the students were thinking about choosing a good teammate. They were different from the people from the Combat Academy and the court because they were all assistants. A team of 4 assistants would enter the Black Rock Mountain for training. Would they still be lacking in healers? Would they be lacking in various buffs? The whole world was lacking in healers, but not the auxiliary courtyard. What they lacked was damage output. Strong damage output. The selection of teams at the start of school was really exciting. On the other hand, the situation in the court was completely the opposite. After the same rules were announced, the irascible damage output Dharma Kings began to look for support skills, control skills, and defensive skills. The situation in the Combat Academy's melee combat faculty was not much better. Only the Combat Academy's shield combat faculty was harmonious. All kinds of students who wanted to walk the path of defense and strength had formed teams one after another, looking like good brothers, sitting at the back of the classroom. Jiang Xiao, who was imagining using an AWM to ambush people, suddenly realized that he was the focus of attention. Many students turned their heads and looked at the FMVP, who was merciful and compassionate in the finals. Chapter 390. Jiang Xiao lay on the table and cringed his head, looking like he was going to continue scheming against them. He scanned the students from left to right. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Kai Yao. Kai Yao winked at Jiang Xiao with her left eye. Jiang Xiao thought about it and winked at her with his left eye too. The secret code matched. Kai Yao was overjoyed. It seemed that Jiang Xiaopi had agreed to form a team. Hence, she decided not to pursue the matter of him not replying to her WeChat messages. Jiang Zhao's mobile phone was still charging in the dormitory. He really didn't know anything. Don't whisper to each other. Don't disturb the order of the class. Instructor Zhou Xinghe reprimanded. Seeing that no one moved, he continued, I'll give you 60 seconds. Once the time is up, the tutor of the practical class will be chosen at will. Although it sounded like a punishment, it was actually the traditional way of doing things in the Capital Star Warriors. One after another, some students began to choose their favorite teachers. Clearly, they had done some research on the practical teachers and were well prepared. Kai Yao stood up and walked towards the front of the lecture hall with the female student beside her. As soon as the assistant of the national top 4 moved, many students stood up as well. After all, there was not much time left. To the students' surprise, the old dog who had been lurking on the hill behind them finally moved. He darted forward at lightning speed and quickly joined up with Kai Yao. There are only 3 of them. There's obviously one more. All of a sudden, the students stood up one after another. Putting their pride aside, their lives were the most important. Although every practical teacher would try their best to protect the students' lives, the so-called military training would become a 7-day escape if their team really couldn't defeat the creatures of other dimensions on the Black Boulder Mountain. Jiang Xiao didn't care too much. He was just a little puzzled. Why did Kai Yao choose the bald, one among the many handsome and beautiful teachers? Is it because he's strong? The bald teacher looked at the students who quickly gathered in front of his table and smiled with a gratified smile. He fixed his gaze on Kai Yao and Jiang Xiao for a few seconds, knowing that they were the ones who had attracted the people behind them. The other teachers were embarrassed. Normally, according to the number of students assigned, each teacher would be assigned 4 students. However, there were 11 or 12 students lining up in front of the baldy. This meant that some teachers had very few students in front of them. Fortunately, there wasn't a situation where no one lined up in front of the teachers. That would be fun. The students were all favored by the heavens, and the teachers who could teach in the Capital Star Warrior Academy were even more so. The bald teacher had his ways. Before the selection period was over, he waved his hand and said, "I only want the first 4. The rest of you can leave." A student couldn't help but say, "We have the right to challenge." The bald teacher looked at the boy and said, "The reverse selection is based on the teacher's preference. My preference is first come, first served." The faces of the students lining up behind Jiang Xiao darkened. Damn it, he's already an adult, but he's even more willful than a student? It wouldn't be accurate to say that they were willful because Kai Yao was ranked 2nd in the team while Jiang Xiao was 4th. Some students secretly cursed in their hearts. If FMVP is ranked 5th, then this damn baldy's preferences are probably 2nd to 5th? The students thought hatefully, but there were no ifs in this world. Kai Yao let out a long sigh of relief. The girl behind her jumped up and down happily, looking like a spoiled child. She looked like a pure and innocent girl. She almost kicked Jiang Xiao. "You're already a university student. You're no longer a year 3 kid. You should be more mature and steady. Come, let me see what you look like." Jiang Xiao leaned forward and tilted his head. As soon as he saw the girl's cute side profile, he was reprimanded by the bald teacher. "Stand properly. Line up and follow me." Jiang Xiao hurriedly stood obediently with an obedient expression. The group of 4 walked out of the lecture hall with the bald teacher and casually found an empty classroom on the first floor. "The 4 of you sit properly." The bald teacher stood on the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, cut off the first section, and wrote 2 large words on the blackboard. "Hugu." Jiang Xiao nodded secretly. No wonder he had to write down his name. If I said it directly, it would probably be too cute. "Ho-ho mushu ho-ho." Baldy, who turned around, looked at the 4 of them, and said, "You can call me Teacher Hu. I'll be your military instructor for these 7 days. In the upcoming military training, you must listen to my commands. You are not allowed to slack off." The 4 students nodded. Baldy, who looked at them with satisfaction and smiled. "I hope I can bring you back safe and sound. I also hope that we can improve our friendship and help each other in these 7 days. After 7 days, whether or not you can get my WeChat will depend on your performance." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Although what the baldy said made sense since he was a teacher of the Imperial Capital Star Warrior Academy and a person of status. Not everyone could get his contact information, but it sounded so awkward. Baldy, who said, "Now, it's time for you to introduce yourselves. You go first." The other boy in the group of 4 stood up and said, "My name is Liu. I'm from the Central Plains. In terms of healing star techniques, I won't show off. I have the halo of thorns and the seal of holy power. I'll help you guys well." I'm honored to be in the same group as you guys. Jiang Xiao smacked his lips and thought to himself, hoo-hoo and yeah. Are they really that cute? However, this kid is really humble and gives off a good vibe. Kai Yao raised her hand and waved it casually. Kai Yao, I'm from Tianjin. In terms of healing, I won't show off. I have the silence technique and shadow restraint technique. I'll help the poisonous healer. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. The naive short-haired girl stood up with a happy smile on her face. My name is Sun Xiaosheng. I'm from Beijing. I won't show off my healing star technique here. I have a big stick that can remove all negative effects. It also has a refreshing effect. Whoever I hit will feel energized. Please take care of me, everyone. Is it my turn? Hee, are my siblings also low-key? In that case, I'm definitely going to be the commander of this team. Jiang Xiao stood up and said, I'm Jiang Xiaopi. In terms of healing, I'll fill my stomach. I also have a big sword that's indestructible, invincible, and invincible. Wow. Sun Xiaosheng looked at Jiang Xiao in admiration and said coquettishly, God pie is so impressive. But why do you want to kill Buddhas when you meet gods? Jiang Xiao was suddenly stuck before he could even finish bragging. What she said does seem to make sense. The bald-headed man smiled and said, You're very confident. We've all seen your actual combat power during the competition. I wonder how your theoretical knowledge is. Let's talk about the situation in the Black Rock Mountain. Jiang Xiao was elated to hear that. Isn't this a coincidence? I just finished revising. Jiang Xiao said, The Black Rock Mountain is a dimensional space. The sun is huge and the temperature is around 42 degrees Celsius. The sun is glaring and the temperature is relatively high. Those who enter the training must take precautions against the sun and heat stroke. In the dimensional space of the Black Rock Mountain, most of the terrain is a continuous mountain range composed of pitch-black rocks. In the mountain range, there will occasionally be scorching red quagmires mixed in. The star beasts are small fire mud, large fire mud, black flame ghost, black flame demon. The bald-headed man closed his eyes and listened while nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You've changed your habit of being a chatterbox. This kid will become a great person. Jiang Xiao was speechless. The bald-headed man waved his hand and said, Have a good rest when you go back today. Gather at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Jiang Xiao walked all the way back to the dormitory, but the apartment building was quiet. Are the shield warriors not done yet? As soon as Jiang Xiao opened the door of the dormitory, he saw Gu Shi and leaning against the window in the same posture. Did this kid not go to the assembly? Did you go to the teaching building to assign teams? Jiang Xiao asked with concern. Gu Shi turned around. He had been leaning against the window and had long seen Jiang Xiao walk back to the apartment building. Hence, he didn't even turn around and said, Yes, I came back earlier than them. Did he forget to bring a cigarette and was in a hurry to come back? Jiang Xiao looked at the faint smoke floating in Gu Shi's direction and said, Give me one to try. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. He turned around and asked, You smoke? Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, Let's play. Gu Shi asked with a serious expression, You don't smoke? Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, I'll try. Gu Shi turned around and leaned out of the window. He said from afar, No. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Indeed, getting a cigarette from the evil spirit in the smoke is harder than ascending to heaven. However, Gu Shi said slowly, I don't do things that harm others. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. This sentence was a little interesting. Huh? Gu Shi put out the cigarette and turned around. He looked at Jiang Xiao with a serious expression and said, In the future, when you get addicted and want to quit but can't, you will always remember that I gave you this cigarette. Jiang Xiao chuckled and walked to the window. He leaned his back against the windowsill and said, Should I help you quit smoking? Gu Shi frowned slightly. After a while, he said, This is the lifestyle I choose. I won't smoke in the dormitory anymore. I'll go outside and find a place with no one around. Jiang Xiao took the blue box from the windowsill with one hand. There was a fake golden snake on it with two big golden words written on it. Fake snake. No, it's just a suggestion. Also, you misunderstood the way I said to quit smoking. I'm definitely not asking you to control your desires. Instead, I'm asking you to replace tobacco with something more addictive. Jiang Shao took out a fake snake. It had a blue beak and was quite exquisite. Gu Shuren looked at Jiang Shao warily and said, "What do you mean? I'm the poisonous healer of Beijiang." Jiang Shao chuckled and put one in his mouth before picking up a plastic lighter. In his previous life, when he went out with his leader to socialize, he had never separated his cigarettes and alcohol. Gu Shuren was confused. Jiang Shao waved his hand, and a holy pillar of light enveloped Gu Shuren. Moreover, the pillar of light was continuous. At first, it was of silver quality. Then, it gradually decreased to brass quality and shrouded Gu Shuren. Gu Shuren's eyes suddenly widened and became blurry. It was as if he was drunk as his body swayed. The tall and burly man was turned into a pile of mud in a few seconds. His body went limp as he lay on the ground. Cough! Cough! Jiang Shao coughed a few times and looked down at Gu Shuren, who was lying limp on the ground and twitching slightly. He could not help but smile and said, "Does it feel good?" "This thing is stronger than cigarettes, isn't it?" Han Xian's voice suddenly came from the door. "Let's go, big guy. Don't block the door." Unknowingly, Rin Shu was already standing at the door. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and looked at the door, but Rin Shu's face was full of shock. He had just returned, and before he could greet Jiang Shao, he saw Jiang Shao smoking a cigarette and looking at Gu Shuren, who was lying limp on the ground. He even asked, "Does it feel good? What kind of scene is this?" "Let's go." Rin Shu turned around and pushed Han Xian towards the corridor. After taking 2 steps, he even jogged back and helped Jiang Shao close the door. In the corridor, Han Xian looked at Lu Dong, who was running back in a panic, and couldn't help but be puzzled. "What happened?" Rin Shu shook his head vigorously. "Don't ask." Han Xian was dumbfounded. There was only one thought in Rin Shu's mind now. How lucky! How lucky! It was too thrilling. Fortunately, I didn't join Jiang Xiaopi's team. Han Xian was really unhappy. He raised his voice. "What happened?" Rin Shu looked at Han Xian with a sullen expression. After a while, he said, "I lost. Gu Shuren is a ruthless person." Chapter 391. There was a well-known tradition in the Capital Star Warrior University, and that was the so-called fake military training. Unlike most other Star Warrior universities, the military training in the Capital Star Warrior University was not a regular university military training. The location of the military training was in the Black Rock Mountain dimensional space. Instead of calling it a military training, it was more like an experience mission. Hence, it was called fake military training by the students. Why was the fake military training called the pain of Black Rock Mountain? It was because the environment in the Black Rock Mountain was relatively harsh and hot. In addition, according to the school rules, apart from the equipment, food, resources, and personal weapons, no one was allowed to bring any other props. Hence, the conditions of the military training were relatively harsh. Of course, those were not the most important things. The external conditions were not the only reason why the students of the Star Warriors called it the pain of the Black Cliff Mountain. Speaking of which of the students who managed to enter the Star Warriors did not fight their way out in a tough environment? The real pain came from the creatures of other dimensions in the Black Rock Mountain. There was a creature called the Black Flame Demon whose star techniques were extremely special and could really make the students feel both physical and mental torture. Fighting with the creatures of other dimensions required a higher level of willpower for the students. This was a physical and mental test for the Heaven's Chosen Ones. At the same time, it was also a show of strength to the students from the highest university in China. At about 8 a.m. on the 5th of September, nearly 500 students from the Capital Star Warrior University gathered at the school gate, ready to set off. The Capital Star Warrior University recruited 1,000 students for the cohort of 2016. Where did the remaining 500 go? Well, they were students of the Government Academy and were not required to participate in the Black Rock Mountain training. Instead, They would participate in the real military training on campus. How could sitting in an office be the same as going out to the field? Logically speaking, Jiang Shao also wanted to sit in an office and find a secretary to study the issue of gun control in Luo Xingdu. However, Jiang Shao was afraid that his talents would be buried. After yesterday's grouping, the students gathered together in small groups and whispered to each other. From time to time, some of the students would glance at the three champions under the tree not far away. Curiosity, envy, yearning, all sorts of gazes landed on Jiang Shao. The students seemed to be envious of Jiang Zhao's life. However, Jiang Shao was only there to ask Han Jiangxue for the sword. Han Jiangxue pulled out the huge steel sword from Sky Smasher and handed it to Jiang Shao. She instructed softly, "Be careful, don't force yourself." And in, while munching on chocolate to replenish his energy, Jiang Shao looked at the three students in the distance. Clearly, the three of them were in the same group, and the missing member was Han Jiangxue. Among Han Jiangxue's three teammates, at least two of them were familiar to Jiang Shao, and he could even recall their names. The runner-up of the 16th session, Imperial City's number 32 high school, Ing Shi. Third-place student of the 16th session, Haisu Normal University affiliated high school, Yu Hao. Everyone might not be familiar with the name Hui Yu Hao, but they would be more familiar with the name Lightning Dharmaraja. Due to the grouping of a national competition, Jiang Shao and the others did not confront the affiliated high school of Haisu Normal University. However, the two Lightning Dharmarajas of Haisu Normal University were famous throughout the country. One of them, Hui Yu Hao, did not go to Shanghai Star Warrior University. Instead, he went to Capital Star Warrior University. At this point, Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh. The gods are all gathered together, with the addition of the heavyweight champion, Han Jiangxue. The combat power of this team is simply explosive. If the fourth student is a recluse and has an equally explosive output, the four Dharmarajas will be able to turn the Black Rock Mountain upside down. Seeing that Jiang Shao was staring at him, and she nodded in a friendly manner while Hui Yu Hao waved his hand with a smile. The two of them were extremely familiar with this toxic healer. Jiang Shao was once Hui Yu Hao's imaginary enemy, but unfortunately, the Lightning Dharmaraja did not pass the test of the Flame Dharmaraja. In the end, Ingshi defeated Jiangbin High School. Jiang Shao was secretly astonished. While munching on the chocolate, he said in a muffled voice, "You guys are too violent. Why don't you give someone else some support?" Han Jiangxue said calmly, "I was the first teacher to choose." Hee. Xia Yin, who was also eating chocolate, asked, "Was the competition particularly intense? There were many battles, right?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "There weren't many people who challenged Ing Shi and Hui Yu Hao, but the competition for the fourth position in the team was very intense." At this point, Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yan's teammates and said, "You're hot-tempered, impulsive, and easily angered. Xiaopi and I aren't around, so there's no one to pressure you. You know what to do and control your emotions." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. "It's fine if you pressure me, but Xiaopi pressure me too? Are you kidding me?" Beep, beep, beep. A series of whistles sounded and the students turned around one after another, only to see a middle-aged man raising his right hand and yelling, "Form your own teams according to your respective faculties and classes." The three of them bade farewell and disbanded, after which they entered the lines of their respective faculties. When they weren't queuing up, everyone would just mingle together and wouldn't feel anything. When they lined up, Zhangzhou Secondary Academy was like a younger brother. The big brothers and sisters from the academy and the court of justice were all tall, strong, and awe-inspiring. There was a dense mass of several hundred people in each square formation. Looking at the secondary academy, there were only 36 people in the entire faculty. Jiang Shao was only 178 centimeters tall, which was considered tall among the 36 people in the secondary academy. If he were to be thrown into the combat academy, they wouldn't be able to find him at all. The shield warriors went first, followed by the melee fighters. As soon as they left, the pressure on everyone lessened significantly. However, in terms of aura, The group of kings from the court was not inferior to the hot-tempered melee fighters at all. When they also lined up and boarded the vehicles, the younger brothers and sisters in the secondary academy were finally liberated. It's too damned scary. The Dharmarajas were clearly not hostile to anyone, but their aura was invisible. Sun Shaoxing couldn't help but lean forward and get closer to Jiang Shao. The young man with the giant sword seemed to be able to give her a sense of security. Jiang Shao felt rather helpless too. You're looking for a sense of security here, but where am I supposed to find one? You're afraid, but I'm not. Even if they just stand there and let me heal them, I'd still have to heal them for a while. Jiang Shao couldn't help but think of a problem. What should he do if he were to be besieged by so many people one day? Jiang Shao searched through his star techniques and realized that only Sound of Silence seemed to be of some use. Due to the fact that he had very few star slots, Jiang Shao had no choice but to be frugal. Endurance made Jiang Shao give up on other star techniques that could resist physical attacks and spells. In the future, he would definitely absorb the star technique of the Bane Star and open the space door. Hence, Jiang Shao gave up on defensive shields and other star techniques. It seemed that if he wanted to be invincible, his endurance would have to be at the diamond grade. He was now barely invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. He was also extremely resistant to all rule star techniques. Once his endurance reached the diamond grade, he should be able to fight against a group of thunder and lightning Dharmarajas. Jiang Shao and the others lined up and walked out of the school gate. Before they boarded the vehicle, they heard a whistle. Everyone in the secondary academy turned around, only to see a bald man among the aunties and uncles who were watching the commotion at the school gate. The bald man gestured at Jiang Shao. Isn't this my military training mentor, Baldy Hu? What are you doing? We're about to board the vehicle and head to the Black Rock Mountain. Do you still have a special mission? However, since the teacher had summoned them, Jiang Shao and the others had no reason to turn him down. The four of them left the line and walked towards the teacher. The aunties and uncles were not afraid at all, nor did they have any intention of retreating. Of course, they knew that they were students of the Capital Star Warriors University who would become the guardians of the people in the future. Hence, they weren't afraid. In fact, the aunties and uncles even looked at the energetic young men and women, as if they were watching their children grow up. One of the aunties, who was carrying a birdcage, flicked the giant steel sword with his fingers when Jiang Shao squeezed past him. The auntie exclaimed, "Wow, it's really made of steel. Is it heavy?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Am I supposed to be chatting with you? Hurry up and walk your bird." The voice of Mina could be heard coming from the birdcage that was covered by a cloth. "Is it heavy? Is it heavy?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Sun Shaoxing followed behind Jiang Shao and laughed. He then said in a Beijing accent, "It's heavy, it's super heavy." Jiang Shao squeezed towards Baldy Hu and asked, "What instructions do you have, Teacher Hu?" Teacher Hu said with a mysterious expression, "Follow me." Everyone was confused and followed Teacher Hu all the way to the parking lot on the second floor of the basement opposite the school. Baldy Hu pressed the car key and the lights of a 7-seater commercial car lit up. Baldy Hu smiled and said, "Out of so many teachers, you chose me. Of course, I have to provide you with the best conditions. The four of you don't have to squeeze in the bus. Get in. I'll send you there." Sun Shaoxing jumped up happily and clapped her hands. "Wow, that's great." Baldy Hu smiled and nodded. "Let's go. We'll definitely be one step ahead of them." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he asked weakly, "If we're one step ahead, does that mean we can enter the Black Rock Mountain earlier?" Sun Shaoxing's happy little face immediately collapsed. She then thought of something and trotted to the front passenger seat. As she ran, she said, "It's okay. I'll give Master Ho-Ho directions. I know which road is the most congested." Baldy, who was dumbfounded. Chapter 392. What? It's clearly more than 40 degrees Celsius, and you still have to wear a training uniform. Sun Shaoxing muttered. She was really cute when she was cute, but she was also really annoying when she was talkative. She tied her short hair into a small braid and pulled it out from the back of the training cap. The group of four was indeed the first to arrive. Baldy, who didn't follow the route that Sun Shaoxing had pointed out. Both of them were locals, so they couldn't bluff each other. The beloved teacher, Huhu, didn't even follow the route given by the navigation system. Hence, they arrived at the experience point extremely quickly. At this moment, they were in a military camp on a hill on the outskirts of the capital. The Black Rock Mountain dimensional space was obviously highly developed. In terms of the external facilities, it was the most complete experience point that Jiang Shao had ever seen. The so-called military camp was not a simple tent, but a building that rose from the ground. It looked just like a small military base. Everyone changed into special light-colored training uniforms, put on goggles, and wore special thick-soled military boots. They carried military backpacks filled with water and some medicine and lined up neatly in front of building. From the perspective of survival resources, the water reserves were sufficient as long as they drank sparingly. However, there were no food resources at all. That was also one of the points that the students of the Capital Star Warriors Academy had complained about over the years. Under normal circumstances, the children would be able to survive even if they starved for 7 days. However, under the high-intensity training, the hunger would be fatal. The key was that they had to be prepared for battle at all times, so it was necessary to replenish their energy. So, the students might have to eat the meat of the black flame ghosts and black flame demons. As for the meat of the big flame mud and small flame mud, they didn't have any meat. If you were really hungry, you would only get a mouthful of mud, and it would be hot mud. That was also one of the ways that the Capital Star Warriors Academy put on a show of strength. They wanted to remind the students that they were not there for a vacation, but for training. Baldy, who had also changed into his equipment. With the training cap, his shiny bald head was no longer eye-catching. The group of 4 walked toward the Experience Point building under Baldy, whose lead. The Black Rock Mountain Experience Point obviously had a long-term cooperative relationship with the Capital Star Warriors. The soldiers' inspection procedures for the teachers and students were relatively simple, and they soon let the 4 of them go. Under the lead of the soldier, the group of 5 passed through layers of guards and finally arrived at a very spacious room. There were fully armed soldiers all around, and in the middle of the room were layers of overlapping spatial gates. Baldy, who rolled up his sleeves. He wore an electronic watch on his wrist and pressed a 7-day countdown. This action made the students secretly happy. Although they came early, they also left early. "Let's go." Baldy, who waved his hand and stepped into the portal. As a student who was going to be the team leader, Jiang Shao took the responsibility and walked to the front of the team. As soon as he stepped into the spatial gate, a wave of heat hit him in the face. F***CK. Although the weather on Earth was abnormal, and it was common to see temperatures of more than 40 degrees Celsius in some cities during the summer, Jiang Shao felt a little miserable at the thought of having to survive there for 7 days and having to fight and train all the time. Air conditioning was indeed a great invention of mankind. The first thing he felt was the wave of heat, and the second was the huge sun in the sky. It was similar to the sun on Earth, but it was larger. There were no clouds in the sky, and the scorching sun was high up in the sky. Coupled with the black rocks all over the ground, one would probably burn their feet if they stood for too long. The environment was peculiar, and the feeling of being exposed to the sun was something that everyone would know. The 3 little guys behind him also walked in and felt the power of the Capital Star Warriors' display of strength. Jiang Shao had already observed the surroundings, and behind the goggles, his gaze finally fixed on the red star flag that was fluttering high in the distance. Yes, there were Chinese soldiers in all the experience points that were open to the public. Regardless of whether the internal conditions of the supply point were good or not, Jiang Shao and the others were only going to train there for 7 days. However, the soldiers might be guarding there for the rest of their lives. They were nameless, and their sole purpose was to pave the way for the next generation of China, protect the peace, and allow the new generation to have a place to train and thrive. Generation after generation, they would continue to grow and multiply. Perhaps, in the future, the students of the Capital Star Warriors would also join the ranks and follow the path of their predecessors. They would grow from the so-called elites to the true backbone of the nation. Although the Guardians of the Night were secretive and nowhere to be found, Jiang Shao knew that they were also guarding the place, and the fluttering red star flag would always be there. Jiang Shao looked up at the fluttering red star flag and couldn't help but feel proud. He was an apprentice of the Guardians of the Night, and after he finished his apprenticeship, the soldiers would be his comrades. The bearded man said, "First mission, arrive at supply point number 1 and gather at the entrance." The four of them did not hesitate because experience point number 1 was not far away. Although the area around the supply point was relatively safe and the journey was relatively short, Jiang Shao still started his career as a commander. 1-1. I'll be in front, Kai Yao at the back, Li Yu and Xiao Sheng in the middle. The students were stunned for a moment. Compared to actual combat, this order was more meaningful in terms of who was the leader of the team. The bearded man watched all of this with interest. Over the years, it was not uncommon for fellow students of the same profession to fight for command when they went on a mission. However, this team of 4 was unusually harmonious. No one said anything, and they immediately lined up and moved forward quickly. The issue of command would either arise on the day of the formation of the team or during the first battle in Black Rock Mountain. Some teams would even be fragmented and would not be separated until the end. This was expected and reasonable. This team was very harmonious. Becoming famous had to be done early. If Jiang Shao did not have a series of halos, he would at least have to prove himself in battle and speak with his strength. But now, because of the National League, he did not need to prove anything. In fact, when the team met for the first time yesterday and introduced themselves, Kai Yao, who was one of the top 4 in the nation, expressed her attitude very clearly. She said, "I will support Lord Poisonous Healer." Lu Yu was even more humble and said that he would support everyone. Sun Xiaosheng also called him God Pai, so it was normal for such a situation to occur. What was really difficult was the melee combat department of the Combat Academy. Due to their fighting styles and personalities, many teams would encounter various problems. Everyone arrived in front of the first supply point and looked at the several houses in front of them, as well as the soldiers standing on the sentry tower and around the supply point. They were secretly speechless. The bearded man said, "According to their standards, you have to stand in a military posture facing the sun for an hour." The team of 4 looked bitter, but their hearts were even more bitter. The clothes of the soldiers standing guard were all drenched in sweat. After the bearded man explained the task, he turned around and entered the house. He did not look at the students and seemed to be completely dependent on their self-awareness. All right, since they were already there was no reason for them to fail in the first subject. Jiang Shao strode to the side of a soldier and covered his sword with star power before stabbing it into the black rock. Speaking of which, it was an honor to be able to stand with this soldier for a while, even if it was just for an hour. In the house of the training point, the bearded man handed the Star Warrior ID to the soldiers for inspection before he walked to the window and looked out. He looked at Jiang Shao with increasing surprise and admiration in his eyes. The child was the first to move and was also the first to stand beside the soldier. He was completely different from how mischievous he was during the assembly yesterday. He did not complain, create a scene, or be a thorn in the side. Minor Gu seemed to have seen what a true Star Warrior should be like for the first time. "I'm a student of the highest university in China, and I deserve better resources and better training. Why am I supposed to stand in a military posture with these ordinary soldiers?" Although this statement was funny, in the hearts of this group of proud and arrogant students, there were many people who thought this way. Not everyone could let go of the results they had achieved. Although the results might not be worth mentioning to the teachers of the Capital Star Warrior, it was a so-called capital for a young man. "Not bad, Captain. I've had a good 7 days." The bearded man muttered and took off his hat leisurely, revealing his shiny bald head. He then sat comfortably on the chair. One after another, teams of shield warriors arrived at Black Rock Mountain after boarding the bus first. When they arrived, the 4 assistants were already drenched in sweat, just like the soldiers. Even their special training uniforms were drenched in sweat. The shield warriors had clearly received the same task as they strode over. All of a sudden, A huge figure stood in front of Jiang Shao in a military posture with his back facing Jiang Shao. The huge figure did not make a sound, but his shadow actually shrouded Jiang Zhao's figure, shielding him from the scorching sun. He was dressed in the same training uniform and looked no different from the other students. Jiang Shao could only see his back, but Jiang Shao knew who he was. Gu Shuren. Chapter 393. Let's go. Jiang Shao licked his dry lips and casually pulled out the giant steel sword at the side, only to find that it was burning hot. It was time for the four-man support team to stand in military posture, and the shield warriors had to stand for a while. As for the people from the other faculties, they should have gone to other supply points to stand in military posture. After all, there were too many of them. Under Baldyhoo's signal, everyone finally relaxed a little. Fortunately, they had been training their bodies all year round. Otherwise, they might have really fainted from the heat. Gu Shuren did not respond, and Jiang Shao walked towards him, only to see that he looked terrible. His strong body was much stronger than that of the support team. Since Jiang Shao could hold on, Gu Shuren would definitely be fine. As for why Gu Shuren looked so terrible, it was probably because of his smoking addiction. Jiang Shao could give him a blessing. In fact, in order to win their hearts, Jiang Shao could even give everyone a blessing to ease their physical condition. However, that was obviously against the original intention of military training. Jiang Shao did not intend to go against the Capital Star Warriors. After bidding farewell to the motionless Gu Shuren, he left supply point number 1 with Baldyhoo. Sun Shaosheng took out a warm mineral water from her military backpack and gulped it down frantically, showing a forthright attitude that did not match her adorable side, making Jiang Zhao's mouth dry. I don't mean anything else. Jiang Shao is really thirsty. The four of them replenished themselves and followed Baldy, who to the interior of the Black Rock Mountain range. It was called the Black Rock Mountain. Of course, it was not a flat stretch of land, but an undulating mountain range. Climbing the mountain was not scary, but the terrifying thing was that Baldy, who was walking faster and faster, and he was constantly urging everyone to hurry up. While climbing the mountain, Baldy, who said, "Mission Objective 2, find and kill a black flame ghost or black flame demon in the shortest time possible." Under the scorching sun, the people who were climbing the mountain complained. Even in a sunny environment, standing in military posture for an hour was very exhausting, let alone in such a hot environment. Relying on their good health, they really trained hard and didn't allow them to rest at all. The mission did not have a time limit, but it required them to complete it in the shortest amount of time possible, which meant that they might be doing a weight climbing exercise. They could only stop when they encountered the first creature of another dimension. However, Jiang Zhao's heart was rather solemn. According to the speed of Baldyhoo's team, would they still be able to perform at their true level when they encountered the first creature of another dimension? Be it the Dark Ghost or the Black Flame Demon, they were both terrifying gold-ranked creatures. Even if the students from the Capital Star Warriors University were of a higher standard, would the students from the other auxiliary colleges really be able to defeat a gold-quality king creature with 4 assistants? Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Who, is Mission 2 really like this?" In this Black Rock Mountains military training, we're all from the same school and class. I don't care about other classes, but we have 4 support players. We don't specialize in dealing damage. Is the auxiliary courtyard's mission really to kill a gold-ranked creature? Baldy, who didn't stop walking, but a smile appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Shao. "You're very smart. This is the mission of the other 2 combat colleges. The second mission of your auxiliary courtyard is indeed not this." But when Kai Yao heard the first sentence, she was still hopeful, but when she heard the word "but," her heart sank. Baldy, who smiled and said, "But I think your swordsmanship is not bad. You can spar with the Black Flame Demon." Jiang Shao cursed in his heart. "I'm just an assistant in the nebulous stage, and you're telling me that I can spar with a gold-quality king creature? Is your conscience, as well as your hair, gone?" Sigh. Sun Shaoxing couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, after cozying up to someone powerful, I'll have to bear the risks and complete more difficult missions. Baldy, who glanced at the adorable son, Xiaosheng, in bewilderment, and said with a smile, "You're really sensible." "Not bad, not bad." In Lu Yu's heart, he only had one word to say about Baldy, who, bastard. Jiang Xiao said, "Since the difficulty of the mission has increased, our logistical supplies should be increased too." "Oh." Baldy, who didn't slow down. "What do you mean?" Jiang Xiao said, "I don't want to disrupt the weight-bearing training mission. After all, that's the purpose of the military training. However, in order to ensure that I'm in my best condition to face the gold-quality creatures of other dimensions, I'll have to activate blessing during the journey." After all, if he activated blessing, the children would no longer face any challenges in terms of physical fitness. That would also destroy the purpose and effect of the training. When Jiang Xiao first came to this world, he couldn't keep up with Han Jianshui's pace at all. How did he manage to last for a few kilometers? Of course, it was with the help of the blessing skill. Baldy, who laughed and said, "You guys are assistants to begin with. It's only right for you to give full play to your characteristics." Upon hearing his words, Kai Yao was shocked and waved her hands. "Don't, Xiaopi, I don't want blessing." Kai Yao had tasted the silver blessing before. In fact, during the National League, she was knocked out by Jiang Zhao's blessing. Jiang Xiao smiled and turned to look at Kai Yao. "You'll beg me for it." Kai Yao was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. "I mean, at this speed, it won't take long for you to need blessing to recover your strength." Sun Xiaosheng hurriedly said, "I need it now." Sun Xiaosheng was full of anticipation. She had long known that the blessing of the toxic healer from Beijiang was of a higher quality, and she had long wanted to try it. She happened to be exhausted now, so why not replenish her strength? Jiang Xiao was not stingy. "Stand properly." Sun Xiaosheng stopped climbing abruptly and even sat on the ground. Clearly aware of the name of the toxic healer, she was well prepared. "Hurry up, it's hot." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Jiang Xiao raised his hand and waved, and the platinum quality blessing was adjusted to silver quality by Jiang Xiao, which landed on Sun Xiaosheng. Sun Xiaosheng felt dizzy. Although she was in an environment of more than 40 degrees Celsius, she felt comfortable all over, as if she was in a swimming pool. Of course, it was just an illusion in her mind, and the blessing did not have the effect of cooling her down. In a daze, a voice seemed to come from the sky. "Wake up, hurry up, and keep up." Sun Xiaosheng was stunned for a moment, and she hurriedly climbed up. Feeling her physical strength constantly recovering, she was overjoyed and quickly caught up with the team. Lu Yu saw Sun Xiaosheng's energetic appearance and also sat on the ground, panting. "Commander, bless me." Jiang Xiao casually sent another blessing. Little did he know that the devil was 10 times stronger than the righteous. Seeing this scene, Baldy, whose footsteps became faster. "Keep up. All of you, keep up." "Bastard, you said that you can play a supporting role, but on the other hand, you're increasing the pressure on us." Lu Yu, who had just come out of the pool, had a green face. "Wait for me. You guys slow down." Who was Jiang Xiao? How could the dignified toxic healer let Hu be so presumptuous? "I don't care if you're a military training instructor or university teacher. Look at me standing on the moral high ground and giving you a good lesson." Jiang Xiao said, "Teacher Hu, you must be tired after climbing for so long, right? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I'm doing this for your own good. It's good for your body." Swoosh! A blessing fell on Baldy Hu's body. Baldy Hu's body stiffened, and his sprinting footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He almost fell flat on his face. The teacher stopped, and Lu Yu, who was at the back, finally caught up with the group. When Baldy Hu came back to his senses, he found that the group of 4 had gathered behind him, and no one was left behind. This kid really dared to make a move on the teacher. Baldy Hu looked at Jiang Xiao and forced a smile. "Very good. You're really a good student who respects his teacher." Jiang Xiao smiled. "Not at all. Teacher, you're overpraising me. This is what a student should do." Baldy Hu waved his hand and pointed at the top of the mountain. "With student Xiaopi's blessing, we're now full of energy and full of vigor. Let's climb up the mountain in one go. All of you move." As he said that, Baldy, whose speed was much faster than before, and he quickly climbed up the mountain while shouting, "The last person to reach the top of the mountain, stand in military posture for me, for an hour." The four small assistants were dumbfounded. What kind of godly development was this? Did they shoot themselves in the foot? Quickly climb, Jiang Shao hurriedly said. There was no time to divide the responsibilities. He called for his team members to run quickly, and at the same time, he waved his right hand, and another beam of light smashed towards Baldy Hu. "Teacher, don't force yourself. You must be very tired. Your health is important." With the previous experience, Baldy Hu was extremely vigilant. He suddenly tilted his body, and with a bounce, he dodged a beam of light. As he quickly climbed up, he did not forget to look back at Jiang Shao. Student Xiaopi is really a good example of respecting his teacher. Everyone must learn from him. Student Xiaopi, take a break. Teacher is not tired. Jiang Shao waved his hands repeatedly. No, teacher, you're tired. Baldy, who suddenly stopped in his tracks. A beam of light in front of him brushed past his training cap and landed on the black rock. The bald, bearded man slowed down a little, but his reaction was extremely fast. He took a detour and replied, "If everyone was like Student Shrimpy and had this kind of heart, the teacher-student relationship in our country wouldn't be so tense. It would definitely be a happy and harmonious world." Kai Yao couldn't hold it in any longer. A faint shadow suddenly floated out of her body. Her speed was much faster than her body as she chased after Baldy Hu. She called out in a sweet voice, "Teacher Hu, this sun is too big. Let my shadow block the sun for you." Silver Star Technique, Shadow Summoning. The shadow quickly drifted towards Baldy Hu, but it suddenly elongated. Silver Star Technique, Shadow Bind. Baldy, who was so agile that he leaped forward and brushed past the infinitely elongated shadow. However, Jiang Shao took the opportunity to wave his hands continuously. Dumbfounded, Baldy, who dodged left and right while yelling, "I'm not tired. Don't waste your star power." "I'm not." The silver quality beam of blessing landed one after another. A few seconds later, the silhouettes of the four small support players crawled past Baldy, whose stiff body with a swoosh. "Sorry, Teacher Hu. You're stuck in this military stance." Chapter 394. Jiang Zhao's plot failed, and his beloved bald teacher, Mr. Hu, decided that the last person to reach the top of the mountain had to stand in the military posture for an hour. Since Jiang Shao respected his teacher so much, he definitely wanted to leave the great opportunity to train his body to Teacher Hu. The pillars of blessing were not a joke, as they were all filled with Jiang Zhao's sincerity. However, things did not go as planned, and the pillars of light had to stop. It was because Liu saw a black ghost on the top of the mountain. "There's a situation. Black flame demon." Liu had good eyesight, and he immediately yelled, causing everyone to stop in their tracks and be on guard. Jiang Zhao's face turned bitter, and he thought, why is it such a disgusting creature? Why didn't I encounter the black flame demon first? The disgusting star technique of the black flame demon was the real source of the so-called pain of Black Rock Mountain. Jiang Shao raised his right fist and gestured for the team to stop. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao ordered, "Move forward steadily and be careful with each step. When will I attack first?" I'll activate Sound of Silence first. Shao Sheng, Black Star Fall, try not to rush to get close to it. Let's see how effective it is. As the king of toxic healers, Jiang Shao immediately thought of blessing. However, he immediately thought that it was a gold-quality king creature that was similar to melee combat. It was extremely vigilant and fast, and it would be difficult for the pillars of blessing to hit it. If Jiang Shao could use the platinum quality blessing to heal it without any scruples, the huge pillar of light might hurt it. However, Jiang Shao couldn't do that because there were so many people watching. At the moment, he could only use the silver quality blessing. Hence, it would be more ideal to use the Sound of Silence in order to gain the upper hand. It could prevent the other party from taking out the black flame weapon and also make it dizzy. Do you want me to output? Sun Xiaosheng clenched her fists nervously and seemed to have nowhere to put her hands. In the end, she reached behind her head and tugged at her braid. It was not that she couldn't output, but rather, she didn't want to touch the black flame demon. Jiang Xiao comforted her. I'll give you blessing, don't worry. At this point, Sun Xiaosheng had no choice but to bite the bullet. The team had healers, halos, statuses, and control, but they lacked output. Jiang Zhao's output was based on his own skills, the Xia family's swordsmanship, and the archery skills that he had honed in the Northwest battlefront. One of the few output star techniques in the team was Sun Xiaosheng's Black Star Fall. Jiang Xiao had once seen such a star technique during the Lunar New Year. On Central Street in Jiangbin City, Shun Hao, the soldier of the Victor's Legion, used that star technique to continuously smash the ugly stone statues. Although it was called the Black Star Fall, it was only a black star that was wrapped inside. It was still blue and white on the outside. That was also a special attribute of such star techniques. This included the white starfall, which had healing effects, and the blue starfall, which had the ability to recover star power. Both of them had different colors on the inside, but they all shone with a bluish-white glow on the outside. In other words, when one's opponent was hit by a star technique like Starfall, it would be difficult to tell if the enemy was replenishing their health or mana. In fact, the enemy might even be fighting amongst themselves. Starfall star techniques were mainly produced in Zhongyuan Province, and Yinzhou Province also produced a small number of them. Most of them were of silver quality, and occasionally there would be gold quality star techniques, such as Gray Starfall. Due to the fact that the star technique had a good recovery effect, the awakened in the surrounding provinces were also willing to absorb such star techniques. For example, Sun Xiaosheng from Beijing and Kai Yao from Tianjin both learned the auxiliary star techniques of Starfall from the neighboring provinces of Zhongyuan and Yinzhou. On the other hand, Liu from Zhongyuan Province learned Zhongling and Imprint from Beijiang Province. Jiang Xiao and the others climbed up step by step, while the Black Flame Demon merely trembled slightly. It stood at the top of the mountain and looked down at everyone. It was like a king looking down at his subjects. The Black Flame Demon was about 1.8 meters tall and humanoid. Its entire body was grayish-black, and there were fragmented runes on its skin. Its limbs were extremely slender, and its arms were hanging down naturally, almost reaching its knees. The muscles on its long legs were bulging and filled with explosive power. The grayish-black figure of the Black Flame Demon blended into the Black Boulder Mountain range rather well. There were 3 distinct characteristics on its body that were so obvious that they even made one's hair stand on end. Firstly, the 2 eyes on its grayish-black face were not normal eyes. Instead, there were 2 dark flames burning faintly. Secondly, there was a ball of black flames burning on its chest where its heart was. The existence of such a creature was an eye-opener for everyone. It was just like a normal human who had his chest hollowed out, but did not die. Instead, there was a ball of black flames burning on the empty spot. Thirdly, it had a horrifying and twisted face. Jiang Xiao asked, "How is it, Xiaosheng?" Sun Xiaosheng said with uncertainty, "Almost. The Black Starfall should be able to hit it." Jiang Zhao's tone was extremely solemn. "I don't want ambiguity. I want accurate information. Yes or no?" Sun Xiaosheng widened his eyes aggrievedly and stared at the Black Flame Demon on the top of the mountain. A little closer, a little closer. Ah, it ran away. Before Sun Xiaosheng finished speaking, the figure of the Black Flame Demon, with black flames burning in its chest, flashed and disappeared into the black boulder. Jiang Zhao's expression turned sullen. Be it the gold-quality Black Flame Demon or the gold-quality Black Flame Demon, they were all extremely powerful hunters. Such creatures had a certain level of intelligence and had developed hunting skills during the process of hunting and killing each other. Jiang Xiao didn't think that the Black Flame Demon ran away because it was afraid, and he reckoned that it should have some ideas about his team. Jiang Xiao thought about it again and turned to look at Liu Yu. "Can you help me carry the military backpack?" Liu Yu nodded without hesitation. In his heart, Jiang Xiao was not only the captain, but also the only combat power. Although Sun Xiaosheng had a battle star technique, Liu did not trust her combat abilities. To be honest, Liu felt that once Sun Xiaosheng's Black Starfall hit the Black Flame Demon, she might lose her ability to fight for a short period of time. Jiang Xiao took out a pitch-black bow and a pitch-black quiver from the military backpack. He carried the quiver on his back and swung the pitch-black bow forcefully. The two sides of the bow extended outwards, and a normal-sized black bow appeared in his hands. It was a gift from Xia Yin after Jiang Xiao returned home from the Northwest battlefront during the holidays. Jiang Xiao had never thought that he would one day have to use high-tech weapons. If Jiang Xiao was carrying a sword, it would still make sense. However, now that he was carrying a bow and arrows, everyone was stunned, including the bald man. It's confirmed. Is this kid a warrior who infiltrated the auxiliary team? Why are you wielding swords and spears every day instead of researching how to heal and support? How are you going to get married in the future? How are you going to integrate into the team? Jiang Xiao carried the sword on his back, drew an arrow, placed it on the bow, and climbed up. Liu, inform me immediately if you discover any traces of the enemy. Xiaosheng, put aside your identity as an auxiliary and combat strategy. We need to deal damage. The bald man behind him stopped fooling around and quietly followed behind the four of them, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xiao. All of a sudden, the bald man seemed to have sensed something. He turned around discreetly, and his expression changed slightly. Immediately afterwards, the bald man quickly deviated from the route and hid to the side. After climbing for more than 20 seconds, they heard Liu yelling, 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock, behind you. Jiang Xiao panicked and hurriedly turned around, only to see a grayish-black figure dashing towards them from the dark Rocky Mountain range. The dark willow, the wisp was swaying and extremely terrifying. Jiang Xiao pulled the bow and arrow, after which he had already used his star technique. Platinum quality, sound of silence. The willow, the wisp was actually smashed and extinguished. Everyone was astonished and thought, can the flames burning in the chest of the black fire demon be extinguished? No, it doesn't seem to be possible. The flickering willow, the wisp was reignited, and the black fire demon sped up again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows were shot out one after another, covered with dense star power. They were extremely fast, like meteors chasing after the moon. Hiss! A painful hiss came from the black flame demon's mouth. The arrow had actually pierced deep into those thick claws. Damn it! Unexpectedly, the one who cursed was not the injured black fire demon, but Jiang Xiao, who was attacking. Jiang Zhao's eyes stung, and the intense pain was actually accompanied by a burning pain. His complexion instantly turned deathly pale, his expression extremely unsightly, and a fine layer of sweat actually appeared on his forehead. Jiang Zhao's chest heaved up and down violently as he panted heavily. He hurriedly cast a brass blessing on himself. The pain of Black Rock Mountain lived up to its name. On the other hand, the Black Fire Demon was in a different situation. There was nothing it could do about the star power disorder caused by Sound of Silence. It could only speed up and try to get closer to hunt earlier. However, the Black Fire Demon did not suffer much from the pain caused by Sound of Silence. There was no need to elaborate on the effects of Platinum Silence. It could cause the star power of all targets in the area to be agitated and chaotic. That was also the reason that the target would suffer a painful blow. Pain, weakness, and even death could happen. However, what was the reaction of the Black Fire Demon? It was smashed by Sound of Silence and slowed down. However, it quickly adjusted its posture and crawled on all fours instead of walking upright. His body, which had been smashed to the side, stabilized, and his plummeting speed picked up again. From the beginning to the end, the Black Fire Demon's expression did not change at all, be it before or after it was smashed by Sound of Silence, or after its claws were pierced by the arrow. Its grayish-black face had always been twisted and hideous. Be it physical pain, or mental pain, or even the turbulent and chaotic star power in its body, it was just a normal state for it. From the moment it was born, from the moment its so-called mother dug out its eyes, stabbed its chest, and ignited the will-o-wisps in its eyes and heart, it had been suffering from pain all the time. The black fire demon had a passive star technique, fear of black flames. When attacked, share the pain of black flames with the attacker. That was how the pain of Black Rock Mountain came about. Chapter 395. Fast, it's simply too fast. Is it a black willow, the wisp, or a black bolt of lightning? Gold-quality creatures of other dimensions were worthy of being called kings. Speaking of which, Jiang Shao called gold-quality creatures king creatures, such as the ape ghoul king. He also called platinum-quality creatures divine creatures, such as Baishan Shuiyu. In that case, what should I call diamond-quality creatures when I encounter them in the future? Are there any more impressive words? Daddy, I'm afraid only a few people in the world have encountered diamonds. They're creatures of other dimensions, right? In real life, even platinum-quality star techniques are rare, and one would have to look for them online, of course. Jiang Shao had come from his relatively backward hometown to the capital that was full of talents. He might come into contact with more powerful figures, and the probability of encountering star warriors with platinum gold quality star techniques would be higher. If he really couldn't meet anyone with platinum quality star techniques, Jiang Shao would just look in the mirror every day. Debeo, I'll see you every day. Woo, it hurts, it hurts. Sun Xiaosheng covered her eyes with her hands. The heart-wrenching pain almost made her want to mutilate herself. She wished she could dig her eyes out. However, the students would only share the damage with the Black Fire Demon when they attacked. As long as a creature like the Black Fire Demon was alive, it would have to endure such pain every minute and second. Would it really not go crazy? Or they had already gone crazy a long time ago. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Shao pulled the bow and loaded the arrow. He was extremely fast and skillful. His basic skills were solid, and the bald man who was watching from afar was dumbfounded. Which assistant would have the time to study those skills? Any assistant would be treated like a boss by the team. Only the unique military training of the Capital Star Warriors would allow 4 assistants to form a team. Such a situation was extremely rare. Could it be that Jiang Shao had planned in advance to train his archery skills for this fake military training? As the practical teacher of the Capital Star Warrior Academy, Baldy, who had a sharp eye, he could distinguish between the skills that were practiced in the training ground and the skills that were developed under the pressure of real battles. The bald man looked at Jiang Zhao's eyes that were filled with tears, but were unusually determined. He was full of admiration. This kind of tenacity was really hard to come by. The more pain one could endure, the more glory one could endure. Every attack was a test for Jiang Zhao's body and mind. His eyes were not blind, but the burning pain never dissipated. Jiang Shao tried his best to open his eyes to defend against the enemy, but he could not stop his tears. This was a natural reaction of his body. Using tears to relieve the burning pain in his eyes was something that no one could do. Jiang Shao smashed Sound of Silence again and looked at the black flame demon that was climbing up frantically with its claws full of arrows. Kai Yao, use Shadowbind to stall it as much as you can. Lu Yu gave me the seal of Saint Power and the Halo of Thorns. Little Sheng, stop attacking. Use Blue Starfall. I only want mana, not White Starfall. Pay attention to your stick. If my movements are the slightest bit sluggish, don't hesitate to hit me. Jiang Shao then put the black bow on his back and pulled out a giant sword. Kai Yao was shocked. Is Jiang Shao going to fight a gold-quality black flame demon in close combat? Not to mention the assistants, even the melee fighters and shield warriors of the Capital Star Warriors would probably be fearful. Yet, Jiang Shao was so determined. Kai Yao had yet to feel the pain of black flame fear. But judging from Jiang Zhao's tear-streaked face and the fact that the black flame demon was famous, she knew very well what kind of pain it was. At the thought of this, Kai Yao's heart ached. Lu Yu clenched his fists and looked at Jiang Zhao's determined figure, feeling a little helpless. The unreasonable combination of the team's professions forced the captain to be at the front. Sun Xiaoxing stood up and raised her right hand high. A pale golden illusory stick appeared in her hand, just like the golden sticks held by the Shaolin 18 bronze men. The scene was rather dreamy. She waved her left hand continuously, and the blue starfall fell towards Jiang Xiao, who was rushing out. Jiang Xiao dragged the giant sword with both hands and rushed all the way down the hill. His target was the black willow wisp. Endure the pain? Jiang Xiao thought that he could, but it depended on who he was compared to. If he were to compare himself to the black flame demon that had to endure pain since birth, he would be using his weakness to attack the enemy's strength. To the black flame demon, it was a normal state, but to Jiang Xiao, it was a state that could greatly interfere with his combat effectiveness. How to effectively deal a fatal blow to the opponent and end everything completely was the right way to think about this battle. If we fight one-on-one, I'll definitely beat you to death, Jiang Xiao thought to himself with hatred. Jiang Xiao wished he could activate Platinum Resentment and go head-to-head with the Black Flame Demon to see who would discuss the other first. However, Jiang Xiao couldn't do that with the 4 teachers and students behind him. He couldn't explain the quality of the star technique and the number of star slots. The young man with the giant sword was infinitely close to the black willow wisp. At the next moment, the halo of nostalgia flashed under Jiang Zhao's feet, and dawn immediately caught up with him. A dark golden time scale appeared under his feet. He enjoyed it alone and did not share it with anyone else. The time scale under his feet rotated frantically, just like a countdown to life and death. Whoosh, outside the time scale, a dark green halo appeared quietly. Liu had caught up with him. Under the halo of nostalgia, Jiang Zhao's giant sword was already covered with a faint purple halo. Almost at the same time, a white halo wrapped around Jiang Zhao's body and his giant sword. It was the halo of thorns and the seal of holy power from the Star Warriors of the Central Plains. This, due to the fact that there was no longer the suppression of the domain of silence, the Black Flame Demon could finally show off its skills. It actually stabbed its hand into its chest and pulled out a long sword that was burning with black flames from its heart. The sharp blade that was made up of gloomy ghost flames collided with Jiang Zhao's giant steel sword. Bang! It was clearly a long sword made up of flames, but it seemed to have a physical body. The two swords clashed fiercely, and the human and the ghost collided heavily. Whoosh! Under the huge force, Jiang Zhao's body flew back diagonally like a stone skipping on the water. He hit the ground again and again, only to be bounced off again and again. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. He actually flew back through the gap between the team members behind him. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. It was the same for the Black Flame Demon. Its body flew diagonally like a cannonball, like a stone skipping on the water. It bounced up, landed, bounced up, landed. Its body tumbled rapidly down the hill. Minter Hu Gu, who was already prepared to save him, had a change in expression and was dumbfounded. A child of the nebula stage actually did not lose to the golden Black Flame Demon in terms of strength. Not to mention the level of strength. Even the level of aura was not inferior. He's here. He's here. Jiang Xiao is here. He's here with his giant sword. He had come with his platinum green glow, his golden nostalgia and dawn, his silver thorns, and his silver holy power. Jiang Xiao left again. He left with a body full of pain, a soul that was being tortured, and a body full of star power and vitality. The Black Flame Demon is here too. He had come with the burning Black Flame weapon, and he had come with the pain of the Black Flame weapon. The Black Flame Demon left too. He left with a dumbfounded look. Pai Shun. Sun Xiaoxing's face was filled with panic as he fiercely swung the incorporeal golden rod in his hand. At the same time, a huge incorporeal rod smashed down on Jiang Zhao's head while he was rolling in the distance. Star Power Upgrade. Nebula Stage Level 5. Damn it. Jiang Zhao's body trembled and he wondered, what's going on? Sun Xiaoxing was dumbfounded too. Did my star technique fail? Why is Pai Shin stunned? Whoever I hit is smart, and whoever I hit will be sober. Why did my star technique fail when it came to the toxic healer? Sun Xiaosheng was in disbelief. She held the golden rod in her hand and smashed it down again. A huge golden rod appeared out of thin air and swung down again. Bang! Jiang Zhao's head hurt, but his mind was abnormally clear. He couldn't tell the directions at all because he was rolling around rapidly. However, after being hit by the rod, he actually realized that his reaction was different from ordinary people. Isn't this the bottom? Jiang Xiao held onto the giant sword and stabbed it down forcefully. Screech! Screech! Liu was also the dividing point. After rolling down the hill, the black flame demon turned around and crouched down. Its burning, pitch-black blade stabbed into the ground, leaving a 5 or 6 meter long mark on the hill. It finally stopped its momentum and stood firmly with a ferocious look on its face. Jiang Xiao, who was on the hill, did the same thing. The sharp steel blade pierced through the black rocks, and he arched his legs in a half-squatting position, leaving a long drag mark on the ground. He finally stopped. A man and a ghost, a pair of eyes and a pair of candle eyes, passed through the figures and collided again. Fight! Fight! Yes! Chapter 396. The black flame demon roared in pain and gave up on the black flame weapon that was deeply embedded in the ground. It used its hands and feet to frantically crawl up the hill. As it crawled, it pulled out a burning pitch-black blade from its heart. Because Liu wanted to give Jiang Xiao the Thorn Halo and Holy Force Seal, he had no choice but to run down the hill with Jiang Xiao. Therefore, he was separated from a team and was the closest to the black flame demon. Seeing the black flame demon madly running up, Liu Yu's face turned pale and he subconsciously retreated. Beside him, a figure carrying a giant blade dashed out, leaving behind a hoarse cry. It really hurts. Everyone on such a serious battlefield. This sentence made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. Others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But Liu heaved a huge sigh of relief. Having a reliable leader was too crucial. Run towards the shadow. Kai Yao's face was full of anxiety as she shouted in her delicate voice. In such an intense confrontation, the two extremely fast supercars were about to collide. So who had the time to care about them? Bang! Sun Xiaosheng smashed down with his rod again. Jiang Xiao staggered backward and felt a pain in the back of his head. Although his head was buzzing, his mind was much clearer. Jiang Xiao hurriedly made a turn and dashed towards the 5 or 6 faint shadows. Kai Yao waved her slender hand, and the black flame demon that was rushing over was actually slightly scratched by Kai Yao's silence domain. It was also at this moment that the black flame weapon in the black flame demon's hand disappeared without a trace. The extremely fast black flame demon directly crashed into the shadow array. Several faint shadows instantly elongated and wrapped around the black flame demon. Why could Kai Yao enter the national top 4? Why didn't Xiao Sheng and Liu Yu appear in the national competition? That was probably the reason. Jiang Xiao suddenly turned around and rushed towards the black flame demon with his blade, but the black flame demon dodged a shadow bind the same way that Baldy Hu did. The black flame demon dodged even more shadow bindings than Baldy Hu. Its grayish-black body was like a bolt of lightning as it flashed and moved in the shadow array. Every small step he took, every slight step to the side, he managed to escape the binding of every shadow in a frightening and dangerous manner. If you've only tasted the pain of life, so are you willing to taste happiness? Just as the black flame devil was lightly bouncing and had nowhere to borrow strength from, a holy pillar of light suddenly fell. Hiss! The black flame demon's pitch-black figure suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, a figure flashed past. He raised his hand. The saber fell. Bang! Baldy, who was shocked, and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" While shouting, Baldy, who quickly rushed down. However, Jiang Xiao did not retreat. The saber fell, but the black flame demon's head did not fall. That sharp steel blade cut into the black flame demon's neck, but it was only able to cut off half of its neck. In order to pursue a sure kill strike, Jiang Shao gave up on using the green light. He was afraid that the black flame devil would be sent flying by him. Although the green light did not cause any damage, the black flame devil's momentum was not weak. Furthermore, it was imbued with the Saint Force seal. However, all of that did not help Jiang Shao behead the other party. That reminded Jiang Shao of Xia Yan in the arsenal. At that time, the team worked together to make the Ape Ghoul King lose control of its body and mind. At that time, Xia Yan was also full of confidence. She was blown by Han Jiangshue's barren wind and charged towards the Ape Ghoul King that had lost control. However, her sword did not manage to cut off its head. The physical defense of a gold-quality creature was really too strong. At this moment, the Black Flame Demon was the same. Its body was as strong as that of the Ape Ghoul King of the gold quality. The Black Flame Demon grabbed the thick blade that had pierced through its neck with one hand, but it did not attack again. In the pillar of light, it was muttering softly while its eyes flickered, looking extremely terrifying. Jiang Shao let go of the giant blade, and his body felt lighter. He had finally escaped from the purgatory-like torment. However, the Black Flame Demon in front of him was still standing there. Its roars were getting louder and louder. However, Jiang Shao did not hear any pain from its roars. Instead, he heard a trace of joy, excitement, and surprise. In the end, the Black Flame Demon's hoarse voice even sounded like it was sobbing. Plop! The Black Flame Demon knelt on the ground, and the ghostly flames in its eyes began to burn. The flames in its heart became more intense and even spread to its entire body. Jiang Shao frowned and increased the quality of the blessing. He was hovering at the critical point of advancing from silver quality to gold quality. Within that holy pillar of light, the Black Flame Demon wailed and howled, its massive body smashing into the ground like a mountain of gold and jade toppling over a jade pillar. The raging, pitch-black flames burned his body of iron to ashes and also annihilated all the pain and torment he felt. When the holy pillar of light dissipated, the Black Flame Demon that had been sobbing and howling in it also turned into ashes. As the hot wind blew, its emotions, soul, body, and life all disappeared. All that was left was a dusty star bead that slowly rolled down the mountain. How much courage and strength did a creature have to have in order to have its soul destroyed by the blessing of a silver quality star? Up to this day, any creature that Jiang Shao encountered would lose control of their body and mind after being shrouded by his silver quality blessing. Not to mention using star techniques, it would be difficult for them to even move. However, the Black Flame Demon actually broke through all the shackles and completed its goal. That was simply unbelievable. Perhaps it had something to do with its special growth process, or maybe it was just a deranged creature. Platinum's silence did not make it feel any additional pain, and the joyful blessing did not stop it from completing its goal either. Jiang Shao held his forehead with one hand. He knew that the Black Flame Demon did not die because of the slash. It had committed suicide. The blessing might have allowed it to experience something it had never experienced before in its life, but what was funny and sad was that it did not think that this feeling should appear in its life, and this feeling did not match the characteristics of its life. Hence, while enjoying the blessing, it increased the intensity of the black flame and did not hesitate to burn its body in order to regain the state that it should be in. When Jiang Shao held the giant sword, he could feel the pain in its body, but he could not feel its chaotic thoughts. If its biological characteristics and beliefs were born with pain, Jiang Shao would have nothing to say. From Jiang Zhao's perspective, be it the creatures on Earth or the creatures of other dimensions, he did not think that a certain species should be born to suffer. Did the Black Flame Demon do that because it liked to submit to adversity? No, such an evaluation might not be accurate. Perhaps it was just a habit. Jiang Shao had disrupted its survival habits, and the Black Flame Demon wanted to forcefully correct all of this. Due to the special nature of the blessing, the more comfortable the holy pillar of light made its body and mind, the more the destructive black flames on its body burned. A strange scene happened just like that. Baldy, who bent down to pick up the star bead that had fallen to the ground and blew at it. After the dust dispersed, the scorching star bead was revealed. Baldy, who strode over and placed the star bead in Jiang Zhao's pocket. He then patted him gently on the shoulder and said softly, "You've found a way to survive here." Jiang Zhao turned to look at his mentor. At this moment, he was not in a good state. Baldy, who sighed softly and said, "The Black Rock Mountain has been highly developed, and the characteristics of the creatures have almost been figured out by the military. There's a secret that has not been disclosed to the public. A powerful assistant can cause the Black Flame Demon to self-destruct. I didn't expect you to have already reached such a level. Maybe I should have thought of this when I felt your blessing." Jiang Zhao asked softly, "Can an assistant be the king here?" Baldy, who smiled and shook his head. "No, it's only for the powerful assistants. It's not enough to simply heal the body of the Black Flame Demon. The important thing is to get rid of the Black Flame Demon's pain and make it more chaotic until it collapses completely. You must make it return to its original state at all costs. In the process of struggling, the Black Flame Demon will continuously increase and eventually burn itself." Baldy, who suddenly asked softly, "Is your blessing star technique of silver quality?" Jiang Zhao frowned and said yes. Baldy, who nodded thoughtfully and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently. He said, "Your blessing is very interesting. It has special effects that ordinary star techniques don't have. Make good use of it." Jiang Zhao answered, "I will." Baldy, who nodded and strode up the mountain. After taking a few steps, he turned to look at Jiang Zhao and saw that he was standing there quietly. If the root cause of the pain of Black Rock Mountain could be uprooted by Jiang Zhao, the so-called fake military training would be meaningless. Do I have to restrict Jiang Zhao from using blessing? Baldy, who was a little flustered. He had never thought that a freshman would bring him such trouble. The Black Rock Mountain. In other words, the Black Flame Demon was used by the Capital Star Warriors to put on a show of strength to the arrogant freshman. It was used to dampen the arrogance of the elites and train the temperament of the children. However, this year, there was a god-level assistant who exceeded the standard that should have appeared and broke the rules. This kid already knew how to deal with the Black Flame Demon. From now on, if Jiang Zhao were to directly give blessing to the Black Flame Demon, the other 3 members of the team would completely lose all opportunities to train. Baldy, who sighed and thought to himself, "He's worthy of his reputation. He's the real deal after all. He's the MVP of the 16th National Finals." Restricting an assistant and making him lose the main star technique that he relied on to survive might be too much. In that case, Baldy, who glanced at the students and thought to himself, "Let's turn this fake military training into real military training. Then, military postures, formation, forget about the footwork and rotation. Let's add weight-bearing cross-country events and patriotic education." If Jiang Zhao's 3 teammates knew that Baldy, who had changed the rules because of Jiang Zhao and turned the fake military training into real military training, you wonder how they would react. Chapter 397. Black Flame Demon Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Black Flame. The black flame burns the body, causing the vitality to continuously decrease and greatly increasing one's power. The user will feel intense burning pain. The accompanying negative effects ignore all dispelling, purification, and buff effects. Silver quality, upgradable too. Black Flame. When a user is in the state of Black Flame, due to the significant increase in power, the user may be injured and unable to move when attacking with more power than he can bear. The accompanying negative effects ignore all dispelling, purification, and buff effects. Passive star technique does not need to be activated. Silver quality, upgradable. 3. Black Flame Fear. When attacked, the user will share the pain of the black flame with the attacker. Passive star technique does not need to be activated. Silver quality, upgradable. 4. Black flame weapon. Consumes a large amount of star power to enhance the burning of the black flame and condenses a black flame weapon according to the user's will. This weapon needs the support of black flame to continue existing. Gold quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb together? Jiang Shao held the star bead in his pocket with one hand while the introduction of the star technique appeared in his internal star map. Jiang Shao found the second star technique unbelievable. Even though he had read the introduction of the star technique in books, he was still dumbfounded when it really appeared in his mind. It was the first time that Jiang Shao had seen a star technique that gave one a negative effect. Besides, it was a passive star technique that did not need to be activated. It would accompany the Black Flame Demon for life. If the Black Flame Demon's third star technique, Black Flame Fear, was the root cause of the pain in the Black Rock Mountain, then its second star technique, Black Flame, was the root cause of the star bead's worthlessness. No one would absorb the Black Flame Demon star bead, because everyone had a limited number of star slots, and each was extremely precious. If they absorb a passive star technique, it would be a huge loss. If one wanted a powerful gold-quality star technique, like the Black Flame Weapon, the second gold-quality creature in the Black Rock Mountain, the Black Flame Ghoul would definitely be able to meet the requirements of a Star Warrior. Besides, the Black Flame Ghoul did not have any passive or negative star techniques. Slow down, teacher Hu, slow down. Sun Xiaosheng yelled in dissatisfaction. No matter how hard she tried, the bald man was getting further and further away from her. The order that Baldy, who had just given, was for the stragglers to stand in military posture for an hour. Not to mention running with weights. Even if they were to rest here, the blazing temperature would make it hard for them to breathe, let alone training here. It was easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. Everyone had already crossed the top of the mountain and was running down the mountain. If they continued to train like this, they would not have enough water. Was this also one of the tests? Jiang Shao licked his dry lips and said, "Strictly speaking, we don't need any food or water. My blessing can help you recover." Kai Yao's face lit up with joy. She looked at the young man running in front of her and asked, "Really?" Jiang Shao answered, "Yes, but it can only maintain your life and vitality. It can't relieve your thirst and hunger." Lu Yu said in a carefree manner, "It's good enough that we survived. After all, we are in the Black Rock Mountain. Thirst and hunger are nothing compared to our lives." Sun Xiaosheng held the half bottle of mineral water in his hand and tried to hold it in, but he still didn't open it. He seemed to have discovered something and said while running, "Teacher Hu has stopped." Lu Yu's expression changed, and he said, "Did we encounter a black fire demon again?" Jiang Shao turned around with a smile and said, "You should pray that we only encounter black fire demons. We've already destroyed it once. We just have to do the same thing again." At this point, Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh secretly. The pain lingered in Jiang Zhao's mind for a long time. If even he, who had a blessing, had to endure such pain, Han Jiangxue and Xiaoyan, if only they were in Team 1. At least they could help stabilize their condition. "Are the two of you all right now?" While Jiang Shao was thinking about it, the team had already caught up with Baldy Hu. Sun Xiaosheng said, It turns out to be a quagmire. Should we take a detour? This quagmire can eat people." Yes, the red quagmire in the Black Rock Mountain range could really eat people. If one accidentally stepped in, they might not even be able to get out. Baldy Hu looked around, only to see that there were steep black rock cliffs. It seemed that there was only one path that they could take, unless they had a Wind Series star technique. Baldy Hu said, "Our next target is supply point number 7. This is the shortest route. If we take a detour, it will take up a lot of time. You guys decide." "Look, little fire mud. It's so cute." Sun Xiaosheng blinked her large eyes and seemed to have forgotten about her hunger and thirst. She tilted her head and carefully scrutinized the bubbles that emerged from the dark red quagmire. Kai Yao's eyes were also filled with a trace of reminiscence. "When I was young, my dad brought me to the little fire mud playground at home. It's very comfortable to pinch." Sun Xiaosheng hurriedly said, "That's the little fire mud that has cooled down. Don't touch it now, it's very hot." Although it was called Little Fire Mud, it was actually a huge mud ball that was about the size of a yoga ball and had a diameter of at least 80 to 90 centimeters. If humans were to hold it in their arms, they probably wouldn't be able to close their arms. Of course, if you squeezed it hard, that would be another story. Unlike the mud balls on Earth, this mud ball was dark red on the surface, but it was translucent. People could even see the dark red star power flowing inside it, and the dark red mud flowing back and forth in the bubbles. What made the Little Fire Mud even more cute was that this translucent dark red mud ball had a pair of bright lava-colored eyes and a small round mouth. Splat! The Little Fire Mud jumped and walked in the quagmire as if it was walking on flat ground. When it landed, it splashed the surrounding mud. The next moment, another Little Fire Mud emerged from the quagmire. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with being disturbed. It opened its small round mouth and spat out a mouthful of mud. In its translucent stomach, a portion of the slowly flowing mud suddenly disappeared. Poof! The troublemaking Little Fire Mud was spat out mud all over its face. Its lava-colored bright eyes couldn't help but close tightly. It opened its small mouth and ate a mouthful of mud on the ground before spitting it out. The two Little Fire Mud faced each other and spat mud. Neither of them could cause any harm to the other, but they were having a lot of fun. Jiang Xiao and the other stood not far away from their left side. The two little fellows didn't seem to have any sense of danger and didn't care about any other creatures at all. The way they spat mud at each other made them look like kindergarten kids rolling around in a puddle. All of a sudden, one of the Little Fire Mud changed its way of playing. It jumped up like a pinball and jumped in front of the Little Fire Mud that was still spitting mud. It then jumped with all its might. Splat! The Little Fire Mud used its round body and smashed the head of the other Little Fire Mud. It even flattened the Little Fire Mud and pressed it into the quagmire below. As if it had one, it blinked its lava-colored eyes and jumped up happily, causing mud to splatter everywhere. The Little Fire Mud that was pressed down quickly climbed up. Unwilling to admit defeat, it also jumped towards the cheering winner. The two brats made a mess of the quiet, dark red quagmire. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore. A huge ball of mud slowly emerged from the quagmire and kept squirming as it approached the two Little Fire Mud. Ah, these two little fellows are going to be squashed. Sun Xiaoxing seemed to have been here before and was very familiar with the scene that was about to happen. However, Sun Xiaoxing's prediction failed. The huge ball of mud opened its mouth and swallowed the two Little Fire Mud into its mouth one by one. The Big Fire Mud was similar to the Little Fire Mud. The skin on the surface was also translucent and dark red. So, people could see that the two Little Fire Mud were still fighting in the stomach of the Big Fire Mud. Yes, they didn't realize that they were going to be eaten. They were still jumping around in the stomach of the Big Fire Mud, trying to squash each other and having a lot of fun. Even the Big Fire Mud couldn't stand the turbulence in its stomach. It opened its mouth and spat out the two Little Fire Mud, spitting out the quagmire, splat, splat. The two brats hit the ground heavily and really turned into two puddles of mud. Jiang Xiao and the others hurriedly retreated for fear of being scalded by the hot mud. Slowly, the two puddles of mud on the ground squirmed and formed two round Little Fire Mud again. The word danger didn't exist in their life dictionary. The Little Fire Mud and the Black Flame Devil that everyone had seen before were creatures of two completely different worlds. From appearance to thinking, their style was the complete opposite of the Black Flame Devil. They didn't feel pain, didn't hunt, and didn't know what becoming stronger was. They only knew how to play happily. When the two little fire clumps saw the five strange guys, they actually opened their eyes wide and jumped toward them with a pa-gee sound. The wild Little Fire Mud is very hot. Don't touch it. Sun Xiaoxing had a look of lingering fear as he took a few steps back. Sun Xiaoxing's retreat attracted the attention of the two little fire clumps. They looked like they had been abandoned. Their mouths were pouting and their eyes were watery. They kept jumping towards Sun Xiaoxing, looking like they wanted a hug. Don't come over. Go away, go away. If you come over again, I'll hit you. Sun Xiaoxing waved her hands again and again. and Black Star falls smashed onto the two little fire mud. The transparent skin of the two cute little fellows that wanted to be hugged was instantly smashed open. The mud inside the ball splashed everywhere as it exploded into pieces. Lu Yu and Kai Yao were dumbfounded. Sun Xiaosheng actually attacked these cute creatures? Jiang Xiao also grinned and thought to himself, according to this degree of hatred, this little girl must have been scalded quite badly. Sun Xiaosheng clearly felt everyone's gazes. She also blinked her eyes and pouted her lips. Her expression was almost the same as the little fire mud. Sun Xiaosheng said aggrievedly, "Don't look at me like that. They're really hot, really hot. You can't just sit and play." Saying that, Sun Xiaosheng subconsciously covered her buttocks with her small hands. Jiang Xiao was silent for a while before saying to Sun Xiaosheng, "Tell me your story." Sun Xiaosheng was speechless. Chapter 398. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the two small fire clumps that had been smashed apart actually began to reassemble slowly. The puddles of mud on the ground wriggled and gathered together again. Can't the silver quality Black Star fall deal a fatal blow to them? This brass quality creature is rather powerful, isn't it? To be honest, the small fire clumps had only encountered a group of support without any output star techniques. If Han Jiangxue were there, she would probably have turned them into ashes with a single ice roar. Sun Xiaosheng knew that he had been targeted and panicked. He quickly stepped forward and stepped on the mud while waving his hands and continuously casting the Black Star fall. Finally, the mud stopped squirming and the two small fire clumps disappeared from this world. The corpses were even smeared on the pitch-black Rocky Mountain range. Thinking about it carefully, he wondered, does this count as leaving corpses in the wilderness? TSK, this kid is really pitiful. The brass quality small fire clumps died, but did not leave any star beads behind. Just like the brass quality white ghouls in the snowfield, some white ghouls were indeed so weak that they did not even have star beads. The brass quality small fire clumps seemed to have less combat power than the white ghouls. Hence, it was normal that they did not produce any star beads. Next, a strange phenomenon occurred. Perhaps Sun Xiaosheng's continuous black star falls had attracted the attention of the star beasts in the quagmire. One after another, several huge dark red bubbles emerged from the quagmire and squirmed towards everyone. It seemed that the large fire clumps were more aggressive than the small fire clumps. Sun Xiaosheng covered his mouth with his tiny hands and hurriedly scurried to the back to hide behind Kai Yao, as if he had gotten into trouble. Although Kai Yao was not the tall and burly type, the petite Sun Xiaosheng could still use Kai Yao as a shield. Kai Yao turned around speechlessly and showed the side of her face to Sun Xiaosheng. "What are you afraid of? They can't pose a threat to you." Sun Xiaosheng pinched the corner of Kai Yao's uniform and shook his head vigorously, causing the small braid behind his head to almost fly off. "It's hot. Shall we take a detour?" Lu Yu suggested. Compared to the creatures of other dimensions, the mud in front of them was undoubtedly more dangerous and definitely not to be stepped on. Puffed, puffed, puff. One by one, the huge great fire mud opened their mouths and sprayed out streams of boiling mud towards the crowd. Jiang Xiao hurriedly blocked it with his sword. The thick and broad blade covered his face well, and the hot mud that sprayed on Jiang Zhao's body did not burn his special combat suit. The quality of the combat uniform was not bad. It seemed that the Capital Star Warriors had considered it well and did not leave the students with no clothes to wear. But then again, how weak was the Great Fire Mud that could withstand the attack of the Great Fire Mud with just a piece of special clothing? As the dark red mud sprayed out, several small fireballs were spat out. Jiang Xiao led everyone to retreat. He watched as a small piece of fire mud was spat out and flew into the air. Then, the small piece of fire mud spat out another mouthful of mud at Jiang Xiao. This is a combination skill? He actually saw a combination skill in a brass-quality dimensional creature. This was probably a coincidence, right? Jiang Xiao held his sword horizontally like he was playing baseball. The wide and thick blade gave him a lot of space to play. Jiang Shao dragged the blade with both hands and swung it fiercely. Splat! The small piece of fire mud was slapped far away and flew over the quagmire before even flying down the mountain. Ba, I've sinned. I just want to send you home. I didn't want to send you far away. Eh. Jiang Shao froze for a moment. At the moment when the giant blade touched the body of the small piece of fire mud, a message actually appeared in his internal star map. Small fire mud cub, brass quality, star technique. 1. Mud jumping, jump around. Brass quality, upgradable 2. Spit mud, spit out a mouthful of mud. Brass quality, upgradable 3. Mud eating, eat a mouthful of mud. Brass quality, upgradable 4. Soft mud, I'm a puddle of mud. Brass quality, upgradable. Do you want to tame it into a pet? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Do you want to tame it into a pet? Of course not. This small piece of fire mud is too weak, isn't it? Before Jiang Shao could figure it out, the small pieces of fire mud were spat out one by one. Jiang Shao waved his giant blade and slapped them away one by one. To Jiang Zhao's disbelief, every small piece of fire mud sent the same message through his internal star map. Did I poke the nest of a small piece of fire mud cub? Or could it be that these creatures are all cubs and have yet to mature at all? According to common knowledge, the target of absorbing star pets should be the cubs of creatures of other dimensions. Although no one dare to say that mature dimensional creatures couldn't be absorbed into a pet, the rules that people had figured out over a long period of time were extremely reliable. In order to be more rigorous, the various reference books didn't make a definitive statement. They all said that the probability of absorbing a cub into a pet was the highest. However, Jiang Shao could tell from the feedback of his internal star map that only cubs could be absorbed and turned into pets. It wasn't that he hadn't seen brass-quality creatures before. The snowfield dimensional space in Beijiang province was like his backyard to him, and the brass-quality white ghouls were not easily absorbed just by touching them. However, this pile of small pieces of fire mud, how weak are they? They're so weak that I can just grab one of them and absorb it. This star technique of Shao is really absurd. What's with all these messed up techniques? When Jiang Shao was reading the reference books, he was still a little skeptical about the star techniques of the small pieces of fire mud. However, he was now completely convinced that the extremely weak bubbles were indeed suitable to be caught and used as star pets for the children to play with. Although the small pieces of fire mud were very hot, they were called small pieces of fire mud because they appeared in almost all the fire element dimensional spaces around the capital. Once they were brought out of this area, as the temperature of the surrounding environment dropped and the dark red mud in their bodies gradually cooled, they could be held in one's arms and squeezed at will. One could even vomit them cruelly and make them spit out the hot mud in their bodies. If they were given water, they would turn into small cement. That was also the reason why there were small fire mud amusement parks in the capital and a small number of surrounding cities. They were considered one of the few star beasts that could play with the children in China. The capital was a first-tier city and had all kinds of basic facilities. Jiang Shao thought to himself, anyway, I'm not busy with my university courses. After I return from the military training, I can go to the Star Beast amusement park with Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin. There, I can see some low-level star beasts that are harmless to humans and animals. Looking at the star techniques of the small pieces of fire mud, Jiang Shao couldn't help but complain. He could understand spitting mud and just treat it as an attack that required star power to activate. However, what's mud jumping? Since when does jumping around require star power? What's eating mud? Even a mouthful of mud needs the support of astral power to be swallowed. Mud again? Oh my god. Forget it. I'll stop talking about it. My head hurts. Jiang Shao just wanted to ask, how did a silly creature like you end up being born with the vengeful black fire demon? There's a sudden change in style. However, to be honest, the small pieces of fire mud couldn't be considered to have been born with the black fire demon alone. They could be found in all the fire element dimensional spaces around the capital. They're being so provocative. In that case, I'll go and spar with the big fire mud. Jiang Shao yelled heroically and advanced with his sword. Everyone was speechless. Bully them? Doesn't your conscience hurt? The halo beneath Jiang Zhao's feet flickered, and he activated Dawn Blessing again. He thought about it again and felt that nostalgia seemed to be able to help him deal with the situation in front of him. Although his sword could pierce through the pile of mud balls, they could reassemble, and a halo of nostalgia would absorb their vitality and star power. Hence, the weak creatures might not be able to reassemble after being chopped up into mud. In front of Jiang Shao, a few pieces of the big fire mud had already walked out of the quagmire. Or rather, it would be better to describe it as squirming. The big fire mud seemed to be very heavy and filled with mud. Hence, it couldn't jump and could only squirm. Its translucent stomach was filled with a large amount of hot mud that flowed back and forth as it squirmed. Jiang Shao couldn't care less. You're cute? Who asked you to be cute? I'll tell you after I slash it. Who asked you to be cute again? Soft and bouncy, shattering it with one slash. The taste of exploding mud is awesome. Oh my god. Mom, did you see that? I've finally become a god of war. Sun Xiaosheng had a strange expression on her face. She, who had once smashed 2 small pieces of big fire mud with the Black Star Fall, couldn't bear to look at such a scene. She said weakly, Pai, God Pai, why don't we go? Kai Yao looked at Jiang Shao, who was bouncing and rolling around in the mud balls. She couldn't help but hold her forehead and say, Xiaopi, stop poking them. Let's quickly go to the supply point. Lu Yu said, What are you doing? The corners of Baldy, whose mouth twitched awkwardly, and he had already retracted his evaluation of Jiang Shao. It's out. Jiang Shao finally managed to kill a big fire mud star bead. He picked it up and put it in his pocket before turning around and walking back. Let's go. The team members made way for him, for fear that Xiaopi, who was covered in red mud, would dirty their clothes. Huh? How dare you despise me? Jiang Shao chuckled, and suddenly, a beam of blessing descended. Kai Yao said, Yeah, Jiang Shao took 2 quick steps forward and reached out to touch Kai Yao's nose. A smear of red mud was left on the tip of her nose. Jiang Shao then turned to look at his other teammates. Sun Xiaosheng was dumbfounded. Li was dumbfounded. The 2 of them ran away without hesitation. Kai Yao, who was beside him, recovered from the state of blessing and stomped her feet in anger. Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Shao shook off the mud on his hands, turned around, and asked, What's up? Kai Yao looked at the red mud on his body and hurriedly lowered her head. No, nothing. I just had nothing to do, so I called you. Hee. Jiang Shao winked at Kai Yao with his left eye. Kai Yao was so infuriated that her hands were trembling, but she had no choice but to force a sweet smile and winked at Jiang Shao with her left eye too. Apex, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.